bullseye. Reel it in, Raman. Reel it in.
For 116 to keep him in the contest.
101, a clinic from Neil Duff.
And he does stop him. A great finish from Terry.
All the car 156.
2 trebles required. Take that one for double 18.
Getting shot on the first leg, Paul Lewis.
Good afternoon, a very warm welcome to the Modus Super Series. Group A is in the ledger as we bring a double session of darts to you this Thursday, starting with Group C. And I've got a feeling it could be carnage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Myself and Matthew Edgar are here to run you through all the action. Matt, first of all, let's look back at Group A. Jim McEwen back to the kind of form that won him that Champions Week here.
Certainly yesterday was exceptional. Across Monday and Tuesday, he just sort of gave a few opportunities away, as did all the players. It was that sort of group where respect was clear to be seen amongst the players. But yesterday he came in, he put the marker down, 105 average in game number 1, never looked back. That was the Jim McEwen we expect to see at the Super Series, and he really has put that real fear factor now into the players going into Saturday night.
When he came back after winning Champions Week, I sensed there was a little bit of nerves and then frustration because he couldn't find his best form, but that certainly seems to have corrected.
Absolutely. He's had some time off away from the game as well. He did allude to the fact that he was playing darts so often that he was away all the time. And what you do is you sort of get caught up in a continuum where it's just, oh, it's another game of darts, it's another game of darts, which has its comfort factor to it. But how do you get up for a big game of darts when you're playing darts every single week? Especially with all the travelling, you get tired very, very quickly and very easy, because it's not just the time on the board and the practice, it's the time away, the time in the hotels, and it just got on top of him. And you could see that in the game. He was getting frustrated, he was very sort of tired and lethargic within the throw. Not anymore. Jim McEwen is back, and he's going to be a big, big danger come Saturday.
Group A is in the ledger as we can show you the group breakdown for the rest of the week. Group B comes this evening, but Group C, Brian Raman, Neil Duff, Paul Lewis, Daniel Stevenson, exciting young man from the northeast, Anthony Allen and Terry Nash come into this. And it could be a real test for all these players because there are a few standout names, a few star names in there, and a little bit of the unknown.
There's question marks, isn't there? There's question marks over a lot of the players and how they're going to handle this. Debutants here again, and we're going to get them throughout the entire day. But for me, Neil Duff is the man to keep an eye on in this Group C campaign. I said yesterday before the odds were released, I expected him to be around even money. He's actually odds on. And I think Neil Duff, anything but winning this group would be considered a disaster. Even if he was to come second and become runner-up in this group, he should be coming in today, looking at this group and going, I'm the top man. I should be winning this group, maybe going through without losing a game. Certainly if I was Neil Duff, that would be what I'd be doing, looking at this on paper. Obviously, we know playing on paper compared to up there on the stage on the boards is a different thing, but I expect to see Neil Duff topping the tree.
Well, we all know darts isn't played on paper, Matt. However, when we look at the numbers from his Group A campaign, he had the second highest running average of the whole group, but finds himself in Group C. Will that be a frustration or a motivation for him?
I think it was probably a frustration because he did mention in his interview at the start of the week that Group B was sort of the aim and the target. He missed out on that. Scott Taylor taking out that 100 finish with 2 tops to get over the line. So he probably doesn't want to be in this group, but on the same aspect, a lot of the time you want to be in Group B for the mathematical advantage. But I think there's maybe a standard advantage here because he is the standard bearer of the group. And I think, although he might be disappointed to be in this group because it'll feel like a bit of a backward step in regards to the week, actually, I can't see him having too many troubles navigating away to Saturday. And that's ultimately what he wants to do.
Well, as Matt alluded to, Neil Duff is the favourite for Group C. And by the numbers, we can understand why. Brian Raman, 4-1. Is that kind of a little bit short considering the form that we saw from him in Group A?
He didn't pick up many wins at all, did he, in his Group A campaign? Looked a bit sticky at times. I weren't too enjoying the throw, the smoothness of it. We saw him change darts. That means he's not happy with his throw and things not sitting too right with him. I think if you're looking for a bit of value, maybe Terry Nash coming into this very, very confident after a very successful weekend this past weekend. He's coming here after achieving something he's never achieved before. So that will give him confidence. He played well the last time he was here as well. He speaks really well. He speaks with a smile on his face. I think 8-1 might be the value play, but again, I think they're playing for second place.
Match number 1 is Brian Raman against Daniel Stevenson. A man here on debut, a boy on debut against Raman. Will Raman like that challenge, the fact he's got a debutant first? Perhaps he can settle?
I think the challenge is all here on Daniel. Daniel, a 16-year-old, making his debut. He's played a few things before, played some JDC, but nothing like this. And this was a goal for him. This is what he wanted to do. So I think we may see a few nerves on show, but we'll also see a lot of adrenaline. Now, adrenaline can do two things. It's how he channels it. We're going to learn a lot very early. Does he go on the side of excitement, like Cam Crabtree did? Remember that when he burst on the scene with 115 average? Or did he just get a little bit edgy? He's against a very experienced customer here, so he can invest in the fact that the odds compilers probably think Raman's going to win. The viewers will think Raman's going to win. He's an ex-tour card holder and Formula WWF world number 1. So he can sort of take the foot back with that. He's not going to be the favourite in that, and he can go up there and attack. And I'd like to see what he's capable of when he gets on that excitement.
Well, Matt, we've dissected it. Thank you very much. Everyone, it is time to get the action underway this morning. It will be Brian Raman against Daniel Stevenson. And this morning, I caught up with Daniel here to have a chat with him. Daniel, welcome to the Modus Super Series here on debut. What was it like walking through the door?
It was surreal. I've wanted to do it for so long. I can't wait.
You come here with a big reputation as a young lad that's making waves in the Northeast. Is there a little bit of pressure from back home to come and perform?
A little bit, but not really. I just want to enjoy myself, seeing it as an opportunity, get some experience.
You said coming here was the dream. What was it like when you got the call to say you're coming?
Oh, I was delighted. I was buzzing. It was on a Sunday night. I was playing darts in my room, and my dad came upstairs. He was like, "Do you want to play on Modus?" And my face just lit up. I was buzzing.
We've seen you do some really good things. A semi-final on the Dev Tour, taking out some established names as well. Your game in a really good place at the moment?
It's going all right. I won a vault on Monday night, so my confidence is pretty high. So,
what's the goals for the rest of the year?
Try and make the PDC World Youth Championship, and then just go from there. See what happens.
Going forward, is getting on the tour, is that the long-term aim? I know obviously you're still young, so there's time, but is that where you want to be eventually?
Yeah, eventually. That's where everyone wants to be, and that's where you play darts. Just might not next year, might not in the next 10 years, but it takes time.
We know coming from the Northeast, it's a tough school up there, but from playing all these established names like beating Chris Dobie and things like that, can you gain so much confidence from playing all these established players week in, week out? Yeah,
100%. It's playing the best of the best. Chris has won a major, playing him just opportunities and see how you go.
Well, Daniel, all the very best to you, Group C.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, there it is, the thoughts of Daniel Stevenson, and it was a real refreshing character, only 16, but very level-headed, very calm ahead of his Modus Super Series debut, and he's looking forward to it. Matthew, and I'm looking forward to it as well, because he speaks with such maturity for a 16-year-old.
Yeah, he's got the right people around him as well, hasn't he? His father, a big player back in the sort of noughties era, shall we say. And, that's an experience that will be passed on, coming from a darting family and a very darting area up in the Northeast. And he's got a lot of inspiration at the moment in regards to players that have been around the very sort of similar age to him that are going on to do very good things, certainly within this building as well.
Daniel did through first.
Paul Hinks,
Game
your
on.
referee for the day. He'll be calling in all the action. 15 games this afternoon, and then 10 games later on in Group B. First darts,
43.
first chance to take a look at Daniel Stevenson up there on the Super Series stage, and it's all those firsts, isn't it? The first treble, the first double. Get them on the board as early as you can. Settle yourself in, and he's found it in just the second visit.
140.
The rhythm looks very good. Doesn't seem to be any nerves from the young man here on debut, but he hasn't had a go at a double yet, and that's when it'll be that first go at a match-winning double as well, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to hope that's not too
42.
far away. He's going to hope it's in this game itself here against Brian Raman, a former tour card holder on the PDC. Lost his card
57.
at the end of last season. Took much needed shoulder surgery during that period of time, and he's sort of on the recovery
100.
period at the moment. He's got ambitions this year to be in the ADC Global Championship. Also,
46.
eyeing up a return to Lakeside, where he wants to be playing in the WDF World Championship come December. So it could be a very busy December for
82.
Brian Raman, and this is a real good test for Daniel Stevenson, playing against somebody who is one of the players towards the top
59.
end of the amateur
Daniel
game.
94.
So 94. He's gone aggressive.
Getting
And
shot on
that
the first leg,
is
Daniel
brilliant
Stevenson.
on debut, Matt. No nerves whatsoever. Pins the 94
Second leg,
in
Brandon
two.
through first.
And
Game
Daniel
on.
Stevenson is off and running at the Modus Super Series.
I love the reaction as well. He was smiling all the way back from the board. It was almost as if it was a statement
93.
piece, wasn't it? The first thing we questioned there is, what's the first darts at doubles like? When's the first treble coming? And this is why
83.
Daniel Stevenson is very highly thought of and very highly recommended.
Very highly recommended. It was, in fact, our very own Paul Nicholson
60.
that put him on the Super Series radar.
You can see why.
125.
Very little in regards to nerves, that rhythm and that flow. Even if you are nervous, that is some of the
43.
things that can really help. And when you're a bit more deliberate, that's when you start getting the shaky hand and just a little bit of pace in the throw, and it's going so well. What a
100.
start.
Yeah, there's a lot to like, and the throw is very rhythmical, which I think is fundamental these days, that the slower
80.
players, the more methodical players aren't thriving like they used to. It is all about rhythm and flair at the moment. That way the game has evolved, and just looking at it,
100.
I'd put him in that category.
Absolutely, and he's in a category here of a possible breaker throw. Raman needs a treble with a last
85.
start, which he
Daniel
finds
93.
to get him down to a finish. Stevenson, double 16. Looks for a
77.
breaker throw. Raman
Daniel
with
Carr,
lots of work to do
140.
here on the 140.
31.
It's all
Daniel
just a
Carr,
little
16.
bit messy.
But Stevenson coming back to double his advantage.
8.
Can't take it.
Daniel Carr, 109.
He's had multiple opportunities here. Couldn't find them. Raman just composing himself. He knows this is a pivotal moment in game one. But he can't
77.
take it.
Daniel Carr, 8.
So another opportunity here for Daniel Stevenson to get the breaker throw. Chasing it round the board.
Game shot on the
Pins
second
it on
leg.
the double
Daniel
two.
Stevenson.
A shrug, a flex of the shoulders
Third leg,
on
Daniel
the
gets there
exterior
first.
of Brian
Game on.
Raman, but I'd love to know what's going through the mind right now, because he is on a bit of a losing run. He did join us from a Group A campaign where he lost his
92.
last 6 matches. Didn't win a game yesterday, lost all 5. And he also lost his last game on Tuesday.
45.
And right now, he is struggling. And we always say winning is a habit. But also,
44.
the other side of the coin, losing is also a habit as well. You go up there thinking, oh, I'm going to lose again here.
Well,
60.
you're looking for it, aren't you? You're looking for that story. Whatever the story is you've told yourself, you're looking for validation to that story. And
125.
the man is just struggling.
Yeah, and so far in this opening game,
58.
dart 1 is always low. The miss is low. Where Raman's darts need to be, if the miss is going to happen, it needs to be high so he can work off of it.
60.
Again, dragged low,
92.
forcing him to cover. But right now, Daniel Stevenson is in a fabulous position to take a 3-0 lead.
This is dream world
29.
for Daniel Stevenson for 2 reasons. One, that he's hit the ground running and playing quite well. The other is the fact that
58.
Brian Raman is
Daniel
running at an
Carr,
average
151.
in the mid-60s. This is a man who was on the PDC Pro Tour just a few months ago.
45.
He was also WDF #1 before he won his tour card. We know the game is there. But right now,
94.
he's struggling to unlock it.
106.
You do feel, though, that chances will present
58.
themselves.
Brand new
We are
car,
dealing with a
94.
very inexperienced player here in Daniel Stevenson, who isn't going to play this as a traditional textbook style that you'd expect
40.
from an experienced
car,
campaigner.
48.
But this is to have full control of the game. Double 16, and that is nice how he's
Shot on the third leg,
thrown the
Daniel
dart quite
Stevenson.
close to the double to use it as a guide.
Fourth
3-0
leg,
up,
Brand
and
is through
Raman,
first. Game on.
a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, we saw a great shot there of Brian Raman just staring into the abyss almost. He knows.
140.
And that's what I was talking about. It's like, there it is. Where has that been for 3 legs?
Well, you don't need to guess what Brian Raman is thinking, do you? He'll often show us,
96.
and he often, this week, has been showing us a little bit of frustration.
177.
This is the Brian Raman that would have been on the Pro Tour 12 months ago and the top of the WDF rankings. And
45.
in that situation, even at 3-0 down here, Daniel Stevenson, as a more inexperienced player, does this just give you a little bit of panic? Brian Raman on potential 10-darter here.
I'll come back to a point on Raman in a minute, Matt. But let's see if he goes for it.
50.
He wanted the 10-dart leg. It's not going to go.
18.
But plays it safe. Just leaves double 16 in the end. All Daniel Stevenson can do is apply some pressure
46.
and hope for a
Brand new
miss.
car, 32.
And that is a wild miss.
No score.
He's had one miss, but Daniel Stevenson unable to get himself down to a finish, so Raman will return. But the next time, there'll be a bit more urgency on the situation.
44.
Not
Brand
too
new car,
much, another
32.
troubleless visit for Daniel. And this
He's on the
time,
fourth
Brian
leg.
Raman gets the
Brian
job
Raman.
done. It could have been a 10-darter. It ended up being a 16. But there's
Fifth
one
leg,
thing
Daniel
about
goes
that
through
leg for
first.
Brian
Game
Raman.
on.
Pace. He's thrown with pace. He moved with pace.
You read my mind. I was going to say he considerably
28.
speeded up in that leg. And it was almost, I'm 3-0 down. The shackles are off. And to me, that says at the start
100.
of this game, he was feeling the pressure. He was tense. He was tight. And at 3-0, he's just gone, the shackles are coming off.
I mean, absolutely. He's lost his last 6 games,
80.
and that will bring tension and nerves. It's a very tricky one to read at this point, because
100.
Raman seems to be getting in the ascendancy, and Daniel Stevenson is literally stood at the finishing line waiting to cross it for the first time in
100.
his first ever game here at the Super Series.
But Raman is starting to motor.
180.
He has the Stevenson throw under the cosh here. He's carving a break back opportunity.
81. Brand new car, 121.
Did you see that grin on Brian Raman's face after the maximum?
57.
He's starting to feel something here. He's starting to just get a little bit of pace and a little bit of sway in the hips.
83. Brand new car, 64.
A bit of Shakira.
Game shot
That'll
on the
make
fifth
him
leg.
feel good
Brian
as well
Raman.
after the amount of darts it took him to get the double on the last occasion. A nice
Six leg
functional
Brian to throw
finish there.
first. Game
That's
on.
one of the breaks to throw that he's going to need. And should it go to a last leg, if you believe in momentum, you'd have to be
140.
backing Brian Raman. He is in the ascendancy.
100.
From 3-0 down, Raman back within 1. And right now, he is the better player.
134.
In the last 2 and a bit legs, he's put nearly 20 points on his average.
100.
Well, it's been a fabulous turnaround. It's been reflected in the odds, which are moving towards the even money mark now in regards
100.
to Brian Raman turning this fixture around and getting the win. But he will need to find a breaker throw in the last leg.
100.
Should he be able to take out the 127 with 6 darts?
95.
Clever, experienced play.
I was going to say the exact same. I was going to say clarity of thought in
60,
the moment
Bruno Carl 32.
was not swayed.
Game
And we
shown
have
on
a
the
level
sixth leg,
game.
Brian Raman.
Brian Raman, 3 legs on the spin. Going into this, it
Seventh
is
and final leg,
Stevenson who
Daniel
has
Couture
the
first.
darts,
Game on.
but Raman has the momentum.
96.
Good darts there for Stevenson. It'd be so easy to panic in this situation. Brian Raman's just started hitting you with everything. He finds
60.
that treble on the switch. But for the first time in a long time here, Brian Raman comes up dry on the trebles. And it is when he needs it the
43.
most. Big exchange coming in here.
100.
Big last dart from the Riddler, just to keep pace.
79.
Brian Raman will be praying for a 2 treble visit at this point, just to take control of the leg, to
85.
take control of the match for the first time. But there's really nothing in that scoreboard at the moment.
59.
But there might about to be.
Raman can make his move in the deciding leg right now.
100.
Down to a finish. Daniel Stevenson needs to find a minimum 2 treble visit here.
140.
Beautiful.
Bruno Carl 156.
Under that sort of pressure, under that sort of scrutiny, he gives himself an opportunity. He's going to get an opportunity.
60.
But Raman
Daniel
poised
Carl
to strike.
84.
Nothing to separate the two.
Should be a dart at the ball. Oh, but he's missed a big number. That is a
44.
darting disaster
Daniel Carl
for
96.
Stevenson. He's moved.
Game
What
shot on
a
the match,
finish
Brian
that is from Brian Raman. He navigated the blocker dart brilliantly, and from 3-0 down, the Riddler has found the answers. He beats the debutant Daniel Stevenson 4-3. 82 average for Raman. Remember, that was down in the mid-60s at one point. He found something when it really, really mattered. He will need that after a losing run of 6 games. But coming up after the break, Anthony Allen against Paul Lewis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, everyone. Here we are, Group C, the first day of action. And it is Brian Raman who has gone off to a winning start, bagging the first points on the table. But just looking at this Paul Lewis shirt, myself and Matt saw them walk up onto the stage and we were both like, now that's a shirt.
Two players with some snazzy shirts and equipment here. Anthony Allen joining us from Coventry, a player I know quite well. Used to play county with him back in the days over at Warwickshire before he's moved up now to play for Lincolnshire. Paul Lewis, a player we've been very familiar with here this week. The Oasis tribute band singer who's making his debut here at the Modus Super Series, and a player who throughout the week, as we said, will grow into the week and has acquitted himself very, very well and throws us up what you'd say here, a very 50-50 game. Something I think we're going to be saying quite a lot throughout this campaign.
I completely agree. Like we said at the top of the show, I think there is a clear favourite for the group, but I think the other...
New to him, where for Anthony Allen,
41.
He's been out on the WF circuit chasing those ranking points. He's had a couple of appearances at Lakeside, and he's been a regular on the county dart scene now for
80.
Well, got to be a good 15 years.
It's also an intriguing setup that Paul Lewis
100
is throwing. It's a stubby barrel torpedo with a moulded flight and stem in the red, white and blue on Independence Day.
41.
He has had a few darts on the floor as well, and I'm not surprised because you tend to get with the bulbous barrels when you get the group in. If the sort of fat part of the barrel collides with each other, it's going to cause that impact. But also having the moulded system on the back is very rigid as well. So he has had a few darts on the floor, and he's already had one on the floor in this game.
59.
Yeah, both just trying to find something in this opening leg. The radar not calibrated yet.
And some of that might come to the fact that they look around the room and they may feel the same as what we do, that Neil Duff is sort of the head and shoulders character in the group and the room, and they may feel they're playing for one place. This might feel like another Group A campaign. But instead of 6 players playing for one, we may have 5.
When you're in that situation in the practice room, when there is a clear favourite, do you start to plot your route, going, if I can get 2 points off of him,
59.
2 points off of him, that'll put me there?
Well, the easiest thing to do is look around the room and go, if I beat everybody and I have a freebie when I play Neil Duff.
Game shot on the first leg, Anthony Allen.
A great finish for Anthony Allen. He didn't find much in the leg, and that's why we're getting the reaction, the arms thrown out to the side. Thinking, where was the scoring in that leg? I suppose it doesn't matter how you start a leg, it's how you finish it, and that was an exceptional finish there from Anthony Allen. He's up and running.
100.
Yeah, fabulous 116. But again, that low dart on the treble 20 is something
46.
He's going to have to correct.
That took Paul Lewis long to correct his department in the scoring. He was very good on filling it up, actually, in his Group A campaign. 15 matches played, 17 180s. That's his 18th for the week for the man on debut from Mansfield.
Because of the Pro Tour, I didn't see all of the Group A action. I was dipping in and out when I could. Did we have the Brendan Dolan chopper celebration in Group A as well?
Yeah, it developed as the week went on, so
99.
Maybe what we're going to do is going to see him go through the repertoire. Maybe next he's going to point at the camera a bit Johnny Clayton-esque.
The gilding thumb.
The Edgar bow.
Oh,
137.
This could be magical.
Well, this is a magical leg after a very poor opening leg where
45.
Anthony Allen was able to win it in 21 darts at a canter. Paul Lewis down to a double after 13.
26.
Could hear him from up here. what he thought about that one. He wasn't impressed with that dart at 8-8.
Yeah, wouldn't be very good at poker, would he?
78. Paul Lucar,
It's a bit of a
16.
tell, but he can put it right here. 8-8 for a level game. Now he's chasing.
12. Anthony
Interesting.
Lucar, 112.
Just have a look at Anthony Allen on this 112, see if he can back up the last ton plus checkout. He can, double 16.
96. Paul
Would have
Lucar,
been
4.
some marker there for Anthony Allen. 2 ton plus checkouts potentially and a breaker throw, but Paul Lewis comes back to see if he can get the job done on this occasion. He's already had 5 darts at the double, make that 6.
Game shot on the
Missed
second
doubles
leg.
end
Paul
there.
Lewis.
I picked up yesterday on Paul Lewis when he was playing that.
Third leg Anthony to
He was
throw
chucking a
first.
lot of the
Game on.
shoulder into the throw. Now, I imagine Paul Lewis, who's only been playing darts properly since October 23, hasn't played too many days where he's played this many hours
59.
of darts. And he was chucking the shoulder in yesterday. And again, see that sort of flex and move of the arm. Now, the shoulder's been coming into the action at times with the throw, which has made the darts wayward.
96.
And I wonder if there's just a bit of tension and tightness in there, because he's not looking too settled in that department.
No, and it's a very good point as Anthony Allen fires in a maximum, but we can see it. It's all too many moving parts at the moment.
It's that lift.
85.
That's why you're getting that low 5. It's that lift. It's that arc. You're growing the arc of the dart in the air, and it's just nose diving.
40.
You'll sort of get low 5, high 1, because you'll be cutting across. And that sort of angle. These are well thrown. These are extended and thrown out.
135.
Sounds like a good pop band, that does. Low 5, high 1.
I'm sure you've got them on your Spotify list somewhere. Right next
100.
to Steps and S Club 7.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to hide the fact. Coupled with a bit of Rick Astley.
165. Anthony Lucar, 122.
Spells of brilliance again here from Paul Lewis. And Anthony Allen's throw is now in danger.
28. Paul Lucar, 20.
He's now got to sit and hope that Paul Lewis misses some doubles. Which you
No
don't
score.
really know
Anthony
whether it's
Lucar,
coming or it's
94.
not. 1 in 9 now for Paul Lewis. And they're the sort of players that become a bit tricky to play.
Yeah, this is the danger, isn't it? That the scoring is there, but he's going to give up opportunities.
74. Paul Lucar, 20.
Well, the scoring, what it does do is it buys you more opportunities. It's another chance here for Paul Lewis. Again comes inside, and again drops it low.
16.
This
Anthony
time
Lucar,
opted not
20.
to bust, but 2 handfuls of darts there to break the throw of Anthony Allen.
Game shot on the third leg. Anthony
And
Allen.
you see the shake of the head in the back there for Paul Lewis. That is
Paul
where
Paul through
it
first.
hurts,
Game
because
on.
not only has he missed 6 darts himself clear at shots, but Anthony Allen's took it with the last dart in hand. He's made him wait to the very end. He's given him that hope.
100.
He's let him start to believe he's coming back to the board. And he wasn't.
And that'll feel like a dagger to the heart,
140.
because it was a leg that Paul Lewis dominated on the Allen darts, but couldn't get the job done.
100.
What that does for your opponent, Anthony Allen's going to take a lot of confidence in that, because he's going to
60.
see the doubt. He's going to not panic when his opponent gets down to a finish, because he's 1 from 11. He's shown Anthony Allen that he can miss.
60.
And the scoring boots have disappeared now as well, because I think he's overthinking the situation here.
Yeah, it does. It switches over, because
100.
essentially what you do then is you go, I need to score heavy to give myself more opportunities at the back end of legs.
83.
Allen can just set this up from here. Navigates the blocker dart brilliantly.
100. Paul Lucar 158.
Maybe a sign of inexperience at this level there, though, to try and force into another treble 20. The bull and 25, the option there to
45.
put a 2-darter
Anthony
on,
Carr,
rather than being
101.
stuck now on a 3. And they're the differences between the levels.
$41.
So
Paul Lucar
113 for Lewis, and after missing all those darts at a double, can the combination go? The answer is no. He got fortunate that the slip into the treble 5 still left to finish, but could not take advantage.
Anthony Carr 60.
Single for double.
Getting shot on the 4th leg.
Really
Anthony
good dart
Allen.
there as well. And again, just showing he understands how his darts
Fifth
fly
leg,
and the
Anthony gets through
behaviour of the
first.
equipment, because you could see there that the first dart's kicked out to the left, is moved to the right and opened
on.
up the bed to play around. That is a guy who understands his throat.
$95.
Just looking at the Anthony Allen throw there, there's almost a little quirk in it. The set is very good, but there's almost an extra set where he just tilts it forward before release. If we have a look at it, Matt, I know that you're someone that likes to look at the mechanics of throwing. Just a
85.
little quirk right towards the end.
Well, Anthony Allen got the breaker throw in the last leg. Paul Lewis, an opportunity here if you can find something to challenge the Anthony Allen throw.
59.
Needs the 170, a finish we have seen already this week. Paul Lewis had a front row seat to it when Brian Raman put the 170 finish in against him.
100. Paul Lucar 170.
Is it time for a fishing trip?
It might be time for a trip back to the practice room, because Anthony Allen wants 101
81.
points
Anthony
to
Carr,
get the job
101.
done.
Room 101. Can't find the treble 19, which would have left double 12. So Paul Lewis on the 89
41.
should get at
Paul
least a
Lucar,
dart of the
89.
ball if he keeps them straight. It may be 2 at double 16. It's going to be 1 at the ball.
52.
Lost the line.
Anthony Carr 60. Getting shot on the match.
And Anthony Allen wins 4-1, pins the 60 for the second leg in a row. Paul Lewis had chances in that contest but could not take them. It is Allen who bags the points. But coming up after the break, we are going to see the favourite for Group C, the former champion of the world, Neil Duff, as he takes on Terry Nash. Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series, and there it is. Fabulous stage here at the Live Lounge. And Neil Duff is pointing to the new cover on the camera. Neil Duff, the former WDF world champion. He's not happy about that cover, is he? Chirping away at it. The cover's upsetting, Matt.
Yeah, I think he wants to turn it the other way and put his washing in it, doesn't he, for later on. But Terry Nash making a second bow here at the Super Series, taking on the 2022 WWF World Champion Neil Duff, the far more experienced of the two. But Terry Nash coming into this with quite a bit of positivity at the moment. He was representing Wales in the Tri-Nations this past weekend, and they picked up the title. So that nothing is better than winning titles. Doesn't matter what title it is. The world looks a different place when you've just won trophies. Everything becomes a bit more enjoyable, and he'll be looking to repeat what he did last time, because it was a big danger when he played here in his first Super Series campaign. And he's probably, on paper, the biggest threat at the moment to Neil Duff, who is the clear favourite to win this group.
Yeah, and if he puts out a statement performance here as well,
135.
Then it gets everyone else thinking, oh Christ, he is. Slight change of equipment from the last time
60.
Neil Duff was here. It's still the Joe Cullen dart. It's just the one with a bit of extra grip on it. He loves that scallop in the middle.
100.
And
140.
Neil wearing his Northern Ireland shirt as well. I must say, the shirt games have been good. I was impressed with Neil's
60.
shirts early on in the week as well.
161.
Seen a couple of corkers today.
This will be a corker on the dartboard. Neil Duff will undoubtedly be
97.
disappointed to be playing in a Group C campaign. You'd have expected to be in the top half. But we go to the top half of the board, to the double 18 for a 147. Just checking the maths, making sure.
111.
Fall in the Paul Lewis category,
64.
who ended up throwing for the wrong double earlier on in the week. A fine effort there from Terry Nash.
24.
Neil Duff cannot convert the opportunity.
Getting shot on the first
Terry
leg,
Nash
Terry
can.
Nash.
No problems there for Terry.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
He's had some decent wins as of late, hasn't he, Terry Nash? Some things that he can grow in confidence with. He's obviously got that win
30.
from out on the tours when he beat Andrew Gilding, the former UK Open champion. But also he's had recent wins over
60.
Tom Sykes and Cam Crabtree. Now, the thing that will do is that will frank the form in regards to this building and this room. Because when we take a look at the likes of Tom Sykes
60.
and Crabtree, when you look at a Champions Week and you look at the finals of those events and you look at players who win weeks here and go deep, those are two players that you'd put at the very top of
60.
your list for who you'd expect to see here at a Champions Week. And, I mean, those two wins, that might be the franked form he needs to give him the confidence on that stage
59.
to get through this group.
Yeah, Neil Duff just shaking his shoulder out there. Perhaps a little bit of tightness, not quite settled yet.
58.
The grouping is very good though, isn't it?
26.
We are a interactive product here at the Super Series. We try and interact with you over on the YouTube chat as much as we
134.
possibly can throughout the day. So if you've got any interesting thoughts or observations, and there's quite an interesting observation here
100. Neil Carr,
regarding Terry
95.
Nash, which we'll get to in a second, with Neil Duff looking at levelling up the game with this 95 finish. Double 8.
79.
No wayward, but time on your side because it's been a wayward leg for Terry Nash. Can only hit and hope.
95. Neil Lucar, 16.
For a level game. Now he's chasing across. Does it get messy from here?
Getting shot on
No,
the second
rescues the
leg. Neil
situation because that could have got out of hand for Neil Duff.
Third leg
Now, my
Teddy Duff for the
geography
first. Game
isn't
on.
the best, which is why I've had to use my old pal Google.
How is he?
Yeah, he's always reliable. He's always there for you when you need him.
125.
And I've asked Google where Slough is because we've got a comment here in the YouTube chat that says, fun
57.
fact, on the journey down to wherever Modus is, Portsmouth, Terry Nash got lost and ended up in Slough. Well,
140.
it's not even close.
I can tell you what he's done there. He's come along the good old M4.
34.
Missed the turn off at Cheveley. Yes, Cheveley. Carried on going and ended up in Slough.
That's quite a
100.
mischievous miss. Wahee.
I'll tell you what, Terry Nash is not missing in this leg though. It's a commanding hold of throw.
85. Teddy Duff, 136.
Neil Duff not even halfway as Nash looking to go out.
96.
Good leg. 12 darts on the double. The Duff man, nowhere to be seen.
85. Teddy Duff, 40.
For a 2-1 lead against the Group C favourite.
Getting shot on the third
2-1
leg.
to
Terry
Nash. And right now, Matt, Duff has not settled. I
Fourth
know
leg
it's
Neil
only his
Duff
first game
Game on.
in this Group C, but the short odds-on favourite has work to do at the moment.
Yeah, he's not got motoring as of yet.
100.
Plenty of time still in this one, though. Nash only halfway to the finishing line. He did actually tell us to keep an eye on the chat today, didn't
100.
he? Because he says he'll have a lot of friends in there today. That'll be bagging him out in the chat, sharing some stories.
60.
He actually told us a lot of his friends are calling and referring to him as John Cena.
41.
Big fan of the reference.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the wrestling, big fan of the reference, but there's got to be a story here that we don't know.
60.
If he gets to Saturday night's final, is he going to come running on during the walk-on and give it the "you can't see me"?
Throw his hat into the crowd.
81.
It's the lie that Neil Duff's losing a lot as well, isn't it?
125.
In the 5s and the 1s, but a great recovery there to get himself down to a finish. This is the point you really can't afford that.
99.
break
Neil
the
Duff,
throw.
156.
He's got 6 darts to hold it.
It's a perfect first dart. And it's double 18.
Getting
That's
shot
the
on the
Neil
fourth leg.
Duff
Neil Duff.
that we know, we expect. That's why
Fifth leg
he's
Teddy Duff
favourite.
first. Game on.
Fabulous 1-5-6 finish from the Duff man. Levels it up at 2 apiece.
That's his 7th big finish of the week.
100.
But the trick is doing something like that against the darts. In that situation, he had 6 darts to take out the 156.
100.
It was a great finish, but wasn't massively effective in terms of gaining an advantage in this match.
100.
No, they want to have done that on the Nash throw. But we know that big finishes can turn games, can fill someone with confidence. And has Neil Duff flicked the switch here?
100.
Well, that was a big visit, that, for Terry Nash. Not just because he hit a maximum, but because the context of the throw. Neil Duff starting to attack and challenge and continues to attack and challenge. Back-to-back 180s, 1 apiece in this game. A wayward dart for Nash, and here's the chance.
83.
And Neil Duff has been trying to carve out an opportunity to break the throw.
Bullseye.
Game
Brilliant.
shot on the fifth
Brilliant
flag.
from
Neil
Duff, and we know that was huge. We don't often get a celebration from him,
flag
but
Neil
we
to
heard
go
him up
first.
here. The come
Game
on from the Duff man. The 180 set up the 81, and he leads.
Terry Nash did absolutely nothing wrong there. He was on for
41.
a 5-visit hold of throw. Absolutely textbook. Force your opponent to go out in 12. It just on that occasion, Neil
85.
Duff did. Textbook from both. But Neil Duff's got the advantage. Can he now drive it home?
100.
Yeah, Nash will still feel there's something here for him.
140.
The eye-catchy moments have come from Duff, but in and amongst those eye-catchy moments, there's been opportunities
40.
for the Welshman.
Well, he's got to throw back
60.
here in the scoring stage. Neil Duff essentially is averaging singles here. Even 320 after 9 and just taking a moment.
It wasn't a perfect moment.
In fact, it got worse.
30.
Disappointed. I teed you up there with a great song reference, and you didn't smash off of it.
Yeah, I'm not a massive music
121.
guy, to be honest, but Terry Nash, 12 darts again, down to a finish. Duff will be frustrated because he did all the hard work. He won that big leg of darts in 12.
60. Teddy O'Carr,
And
95.
now after 15, he's still in the 200s.
Yeah, this one looking as if it's going to go to a decider. And Nash
55.
will have the darts. Leaves tops after 15.
$100. Teddy O'Carr, 40.
For a level game and to break straight back. Now 10s.
30.
Can't
Neil
take the
O'Carr,
opportunity.
130.
Is this another eye-catching moment for the Duff man?
He's given us a tumpless finish. He gives us a bullseye finish. Can he put it all together? He won't get a dart at the ball. Well, he
65.
did, but
Teddy
it wasn't
O'Carr,
for the
10.
match.
So double 5.
Getting shot on the sixth
That was a
flag. Terry
good dart
Nash.
because dart 2 on double 5 is always the tricky one. Because you have to be
Seventh
aggressive,
final leg, Teddy to throw
but can't be
first.
over
Game on.
aggressive. Fabulous dart from Nash. Missed opportunity for Duff to win it on his darts. And now Nash's favourite once more.
135.
Well, he had 21 darts there, Neil Duff, and didn't even get down to a double. And that'll be where the frustration lies. You'll be thinking, where was that before? But Neil Duff, a very focused, determined character. Won't be worrying about what's happened beforehand. He'll be worried about what's happening
140.
next. And what's happening right now is Terry Nash. He's having a dream leg.
100.
Tons aren't enough when your opponent is producing what Nash has at the beginning of this leg.
100.
Down to 126 after 9. This has to be a 140 minimum from Duff.
May have to move away from here as well.
91.
Well, he gets to a
Teddy O'Carr,
finish.
126.
One match dart has come and gone.
170.
I want to get your thoughts, Matt. Let's see where dart 1 goes first of all. Now that Neil isn't going to take this out, would you have plonked one in 10 or 18
60.
and
Teddy
said to
O'Carr,
Neil Duff,
25.
you can't take this out?
I would, but I'm not the most sensible in these situations.
13.
3-match
Neil O'Carr,
darts.
110.
But Duff, trebleless in the last visit means he's going to have to take out a biggie. Needs a treble. Has to be a treble. It's not. 3-match
50.
darts
Teddy
for
O'Carr,
Terry
12.
Nash to beat the favourite.
Nash has already missed multiple opportunities. Can he get over the line? It's only one more. And he
No
can't.
score. Neil car 60.
He has let Neil Duff in. Will Duff accept the opportunity?
Feel this is a game that could be won by reputation here for Neil Duff. 2 darts.
Game shot on the match.
Neil Duff steps in, the favourite for Group C, survives a huge scare. He gives his darts a talking to as he looks in the board. Terry Nash walks off that stage. He will be gutted because he missed multiple darts to beat the favourite for Group C. There we see it. 3 from 15 was his downfall, but Neil Duff survives. Coming back after the break, Brian Raman looking to make it 2 from 2. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Brian Raman came from behind to win his first game, looking to make it 2 from 2. We spoke about the losing run he found himself on now, looking to get himself on a winning run. And you've been in many practice rooms. What will the feeling be like after a round of fixtures when the odds-on favourite has won when he shouldn't have done? Are they all thinking he's going to get lucky as well?
It depends on the characters in the room.
Game on.
And it depends if anyone wants to use that. I certainly would be. I'd be laying down a few comments at this point, and that's what you got to do in the practice rooms. And
98.
I've heard various conversations that have been going on throughout the week so far. A certain player went into a practice room yesterday and said he was going to win all 5 matches. I like that. Tell the players what you're going to do. They're your opponents. Yes, you can be friends, but here
81.
they're your enemy. And I do like some of the battles
100.
that go on in the practice, as you will well know.
I'm just guessing. I'm between 2. Have they won a series?
94.
No.
Oh, okay. Not the two I was thinking of.
98.
I had Scott Taylor odds on favourite.
I'm baffled. The only thing I can think is he's looked at the score and thought he was Brian Raman. Yeah.
Yeah.
100.
His reaction there has just told you what he thought he looked, and he thought he was 228.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of why you'd look at an 18 in that situation. And just to compound the misery, Brian Raman has to go and hit a max, doesn't he?
Yeah, right now, Anthony Allen will feel as if the world's against him.
43. Brand new car, 48. $32.
There will be
Anthony
two players that are very well aware of each
126.
other in the games that they've got. Both of them playing on the same circuit, out on the WDF circuit, travelling around Europe, getting the ranking points to get to Lakeside. It's the bullseye. Anthony Allen.
96. Brand new car,
A little bit
16.
north.
No score. Anthony car, 30.
No surprise to see the frustration there for Brian Raman, who had this game in his hands when he hit that maximum. Doesn't even entertain the idea of the double 15, despite the fact
Getting
they're
shown the
touching and
first
next to
leg,
each
Anthony
other.
Allen.
10 for double 10. Very old school way there for Anthony Allen. He
Second
actually
leg,
the double
Anthony to
5 that
first.
got him over the line and breaks the
Game on.
throw of Brian Raman, who cuts a very frustrated figure.
Yeah.
45.
The maximum was sensational to set it up, but then to go on and miss multiple darts. As a dart player, you guys find that unforgivable, don't you?
140.
One at the end of a combination you can kind of accept, but multiple darts, that's the one that gets you.
The worst thing as well is you don't have that time to sort of
47.
get over it. You know, like, we've played football and you miss a chance, you kick the ground, you mope around for 30, 40 seconds.
100.
And you might be 2-3 minutes away from being in action again where the ball's anywhere near you. With this, it's like, you've missed that.
59.
Now do it again. You don't have that sort of time, so that frustration can eke over into the game. And it's not here for Raman, which is a very good
56.
positive sign. But I wonder how much that comes from the experience he's already gained from today when he was able to turn around in match number 1 from 3-0
66.
down, averaging in the mid-60s, to winning 4-3, averaging 82.61.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where people will see the average and go, oh, he wasn't
59.
that good. But from where he was to where he got it, takes a lot of doing.
And in the context of it as well, to
60.
turn it around
American
from the position he was at
146.
3-0 down. But it seems to be the story of the day. Break the throw, then have a poor leg and give it straight back. And so Anthony Allen's done here. He broke the throw in the
84.
opening leg, and he's on 2-2-4 after 15.
So just looking at Raman, has he been a spotter's nightmare with his finishes this week?
I think it's a
100.
spotter's
Brand
nightmare
new
on
car,
most occasions,
62.
isn't he? He does like to use all of the board, and he's got his own way of doing things.
52.
Like the old treble
Anthony
14
Carr,
on
124.
62.
Treble 18. Gives him a dart at the ball. He had a dart at the ball in the last leg. He got the vertical right, but it was pitch north.
99. Brand new car,
This time
10.
gets the horizontal right. Maybe a third occasion he'll hit it.
No score. Anthony Carr, 25.
Wow.
How has one of them not gone in?
Game shot on the second leg. Anthony Allen.
That just confirms the breaker throw now for Anthony
Third
Allen.
leg, Brand through first. Game on.
But Brian Raman, the frustration will just keep building. He's now had 10 darts at a double without success, and those last 3 all on the double 5 wire. He's outscoring Anthony Allen, but that's not what the game's judged on.
137.
The game's not judged on a race of who gets to a double first, it's who hits it first. And Anthony Allen,
60.
head and shoulders above at the moment.
Has the composure when he needs it.
100. $96.
Really looking forward to the next game as well, Neil Duff and Daniel Stevenson.
58.
It feels like a long time since we saw the 16-year-old make his debut in game number 1 against Brian Raman. He'll be coming up next against the big favourite to win
44.
this group, Neil Duff.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether Daniel is in awe of Neil. Do you know what I mean?
58.
Being a former world champion, and whether he's just a little bit, it's Neil Duff.
My only fear is that maybe
97.
Daniel's in
Brandon
awe of the
Carl Woodson,
experience. Not the player he's playing against, but being on the stage, being at the Super Series.
63.
Look at the pattern of play again. Brian Raman down to a finish. Anthony Allen, a little bit to do.
28.
But at this point, if
Brandon
you're Anthony
Carr,
Allen, you're like,
85.
stick in there because he's going to miss.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You've seen the player miss many times, and you'll always have at the back of the mind that it can happen.
57.
The count continues to go up. It is now none from 12
45. Brandon Carr, 28.
from Brian Raman. Can he put that right?
Game shot on the third leg. Brian Raman.
The sarcastic celebration from the
Ball for
Riddler.
Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Hits on his 14th attempt.
$60.
Something that we noticed in game 1, and
45.
he's almost gone back to type here. He's not playing with that same pace that he played the final 4 legs with in game
100.
1.
Oh, absolutely. A very good spot there. And maybe that's because he was playing
60.
at 3-0 down with frustration and just trying to find something, where now maybe he feels like he's back on that
81.
even keel again. We see it quite a lot, not just in darts, but in a lot of sports, where once players get back into that situation where
96.
things are level again, that we go back to type.
Do you mean like Gareth Southgate's England when he puts the handbrake back on?
It's coming home, Phil. It's coming home.
22.
Yeah, on the plane.
$100.
We'll be able to watch it come home, won't we, on Saturday? The venue to the Super Series opening at 4 o'clock, so people can come in and watch the football before the darts.
100.
Just scan the QR code on screen, and you can watch the football and get an evening of live darts here at the Super Series, where we'll be
56.
starting at the
Anthony
slightly
Carr,
later time of
138.
8:30, just in case we have to go through penalties.
Yeah, a £2 booking fee
98.
and then
Brandon
3
Carr,
drinks
144.
for a tenner. What more could you want on a Saturday?
$120. Anthony Carr, 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Anthony Allen.
Well, the story continues. Anthony Allen, the stronger
Fifth
at the
leg,
back
Brian
end
to
of the
throw
legs,
first.
and
Game on.
Raman stronger in the sort of leading 9, but a good leg there for Anthony Allen. Gets in full control of this game now, just a leg away from getting
58.
his second victory of the day. And then maybe people from Coventry will be tuning in to watch Anthony Allen. Maybe
One of them,
they'll
40.
be going back and getting that QR code and giving it a scan so that they can be here to cheer on Anthony Allen. He's a very
93.
popular figure around the Coventry area. Big character. The local darting scene is Anthony Allen.
100.
It's a good point on the local darting scenes that we
58.
see. That I'm like you, I'm old school. I grew up playing very much team darts locally, but with the invention of the
60.
vaults, and we're seeing the dynamic, is local league darts almost dying because of the singles element that is now coming to the sport?
Oh, definitely.
94.
Not in Coventry, though, where Anthony Allen's from. Thriving scene. If you wanted to play darts in and around Coventry,
140.
5 nights a week you could. Thriving darting community, lots of leagues and opportunities. And there's an opportunity now for Anthony Allen to have Coventry
134.
cheering.
Africa 61.
61 points away from 2 points.
One more at double 9.
Game
And
shot on the
Anthony
mat,
Allen
Anthony Allen.
beats Brian Raman. Raman left the stage frustrated, couldn't find the form from game 1, but Anthony Allen is doing everything he needs to. That's 2 wins from 2. He sits on 4 points. Neil Duff looking to join him as he takes on Daniel Stevenson next.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back, everyone. Our second look at the debutant, Daniel Stevenson, as he takes on the favourite for this group, Neil Duff. Duff, don't know how to say got lucky, but he did in his first one. Terry Nash missed multiple opportunities. Daniel Stevenson, although he lost, can take a lot from his first performance on the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Matt, just looking at it, this may be his toughest assignment of the week.
I think it's everyone's toughest assignment that's taking part in Group C.
First leg,
Neil
Neil,
Duff, the
throw
most
first.
experienced player and the
Game
player with
on.
the biggest CV. Not only that, but he's going to have to try and find a break of throw against Neil Duff, who dodged one in the opening game and will be more than aware of the threat that Daniel Stevenson
100.
possesses, because he just stood in the back room having a watch. Did chat to Neil Duff this morning, and he wasn't too familiar with Daniel Stevenson. And with that in
57.
mind, you want to be. You don't want surprises when you go up against a player. So he'd have watched that opening game, maybe not so much to watch where the darts are landing, but to watch the pace, to watch the mannerisms, the characteristics, how quick he can come back to the yockey. Probably be quite happy with what he sees, because there is no faffing from Daniel Stevenson. He just gets on with it at a really good rhythm.
Where do you stand on pristine equipment? Do you always like your equipment to look new and shiny? Because I look at those flights that Neil Duff's thrown and they look
30. Neil the car,
battered. They look war wounded.
Treble 20. Left him double 18. But yeah, I'm not one that really... I mean, equipment-wise for me, I'm terrible with it. I'm probably the worst person to talk to about equipment, because... I mean, I used to play on the World Championship stage with a set of darts I got for £9.99.
58. Neil the car, 56. Game shot
1-0 to the Duff man. It's a hold of throw. A fairly comfortable
Second
one.
leg, Daniel to throw first. Game on. $45.
Just come from a darting family, doesn't he, Daniel? His father, Mark Stevenson,
140.
used to play on the PDC. He did eventually get his World Championship debut after coming very close in 2007, just missing out to Alan Tabban. In 2008, he again came close through the qualifier, missing out to Kirk Shepherd, who we know what happened to Kirk Shepherd in 2008. He went through to the
60.
World Championship final, losing out to John Part in the end. But it happened for Mark Stevenson in 2009. Debuted against Raman from Barneveld, averaged just shy
44.
of 90. But Barneveld, the number 2 seed that year, just far too strong as he went on to the final himself.
60.
So Daniel would be more than happy to follow in the footsteps of his father and reach the Alexandra Palace stage at some point within his career.
96.
Yeah, and coming from a darting background, you can always ping ideas off of Dad, can't you? And what would you have done in this situation and things like that when
100.
you know they've done it?
Yeah, there's little guides and things. There's things we've spoke about even on commentary today. Players not utilising the ball, utilising the wrong sections of the board. You can eliminate all that where you get that mathematical professional advantage.
59.
Like that there. Great switch from Neil Duff. 82
116.
significantly easier than 81.
I was interested
60.
to see which way Daniel went on the 116, whether he was old school or new school. 17 for tops and 2-0.
42.
He can't believe it's not in.
Well, the way his doubles have been going in today, certainly on tops and throughout the week, he'd have been expecting that to go.
Getting shot on the second
No
leg, Daniel
problem there for
Stevenson.
Daniel Stevenson.
I like that.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
After the disappointment of surrendering that 3-0 lead in game number 1, the first opportunity he gets to hold throw.
125.
No drama. The 56 went clean.
Just
59.
trying to reel my mind back to when I was 16 years old and playing darts and the opportunities that was available for us on those occasions. I think when I was 16, we used to play for a certificate.
45.
And the set of darts, really, the prizes was terrible. Now, you get opportunities
54.
to play for thousands of pounds on big stages, and you get the opportunity to come to events such as the Super Series, where you get to mix it up with those experienced pros and get time on a stage, get time
85.
playing under the microscopes.
I've got a story for you. When I was 16 playing darts, went to the Eastbourne Open, very popular. I don't know if it still is, but back in the day it was
120.
one of the biggest tournaments on the calendar. It was huge. Went there to play the youth, obviously, event, but we thought we'd give the men's singles a go just for a bit of a laugh and whatever. So
100.
went up and registered, paid your money, and the The woman that took my money and put me in the draw had great delight in telling me, she went, "Oh, that's unlucky. You've got Shane.
39.
Shane
Neil
Burgess at 16 at Eastbourne
146.
Open. Thanks."
Yeah, can I have my money back, please? Oh, double 16.
130.
Clipped the wire. Safe to say I got absolutely battered by him.
Well, speaking of battered, there's one thing I've never found in Eastbourne. That's a good fish and chip shop.
95. Neil the car 16.
Come back to that in a second, but let's see if Duff can retake the lead.
Game
He
shot on
can.
the third leg. Neil Duff.
Double 8 for Duff. 2-1. He leads.
Fourth
How
leg
can
Neil
you-
to throw first. Game
How
on.
can you be on the coast and not have a good fish and chip shop? Scandalous.
I'm sure there's probably someone watching this from Eastbourne who's been to Eastbourne and said, Matt, you've
43.
never tried the Frying Fisherman or something. Yeah. It's all judged on the chips, unfortunately. Eastbourne
45.
failed on that category. As Neil Duff fails to capitalise on the miss there for Daniel Stevenson. And a chance to get that breaker throw.
So where is the best fish and chip shop that you've
140.
frequented?
Cleethorpes.
177.
Maximum visit for Neil Duff.
Whitby.
Oh yeah, good shout, yeah.
46.
Good area. But this could be a breaker throw for the Duff man.
99.
Making his move. Stevenson just needs the one treble here because he could utilise the bull and 25 with dart number 3.
41.
It feels like Neil Duff is starting to reel it in.
40.
Just starting to find the range, isn't he? I'm loving one of the references
50.
in the chat room.
Neil the car 140.
Go on, Daniel, son. ...1984, I think that
60.
came out.
Well, that kind of is the form of Neil Duff, isn't it? Form on, form off.
85. Neil the
Maybe
car
form
80.
on. For the 80 finish, you'll be expecting at least a dart at the double. A double that has been hitting with ease.
60. Daniel the car
Clips
96.
the bottom wire. And Daniel Stevenson looking at 96 to level us up at 2 apiece. I like that play. Oh,
No
that's
score.
unlucky.
Neil the car 20.
Unlucky for Stevenson and lucky for Duff, who
Game shot on the fourth
from
leg. Neil
180
Duff.
points had 9 darts. Only got the 1 dart at the double. Got the breaker throw in the end, and
Fifth leg Neil to throw first.
Neil
Game
Duff
on.
now throwing for the game. And Daniel Stevenson, if he is going to do what Brian Raman did and turn around a large deficit, he's going to have to find 2 breaks a throw
70.
from Neil Duff. After a treble 20 to come away with 70 points, so undoubtedly frustrated.
140.
Just looking at Daniel there, he throws quite a long dart. The barrel seems long, and that looks like a fairly standard
60.
medium stem, but when you've got a long barrel, it just makes the dart look huge. The way the flights come out and cover the number ring.
85.
Maybe he's got bow and arrow.
97.
Can you imagine sticking a 50mm point in them?
55.
We'll be sending it off to the Olympics.
Yeah, you can really see the difference in the length between the two when you compare them on the side by
Yeah.
side.
59.
Neil Duff, though, again, just sort of sleepwalking his way through this
46.
at the moment, because he did this in the last game as well and nearly came up short. when he relied on a lot of missed doubles from Terry Nash. But I suppose with this,
53.
It's not how you win, it's that you win, and he can't win on this occasion because that 13 has left him on a no finish. So an invitation for Daniel Stevenson.
60.
Just needed the one treble to leave himself within realistic range.
Just had
105.
nice little
Daniel
WhatsApp
Carr,
from
115.
someone watching along in the northeast. The Riot, Callum Rids. He says, "Tell my friend Daniel to sort it out." Good to have you watching, Cal.
40.
Look, Daniel looks a
Carr,
great prospect.
57.
Another one off that northeast conveyor belt.
$37. Daniel Carr, 75.
Well, he's got a chance to get one of the breaks to throw that he's going to need here against Neil Duff. Duff unable to get over the line on that occasion. It's just going to be the one dart at a target he's been hitting with ease.
45.
For the third time
Neil
today,
Carr,
just
20.
goes into the wrong bed.
Game shot
And
on
doesn't
the
get a
Neil Duff.
second opportunity. Neil Duff wins his second game. But there are a couple of moments in that tie. Daniel Stevenson just slipped into the wrong double twice, and it could have been oh so different. But Neil Duff is 2 from 2, and the favourite could be hard to beat. Continues to gather momentum, but coming up after the break, Paul Lewis against Terry Nash.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back, everyone. Neil Duff, the favourite, has been 2 from 2. However, from the last game, Matt, we've had a Manchester United. We've got a shirt change midday.
This is the shirt he's been playing with on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, Paul Lewis, or this design, this pattern. So maybe just feels a bit more comfortable in this one, but That first one was a beauty of a
First
shirt.
leg,
Really
Paul, the
enjoyed
third
that
first.
one.
It was a jazzy little number, wasn't it?
Game on.
But Terry Nash would have been tuning in throughout the week to keep an eye on Paul Lewis, and he'll be more than aware of the danger
40.
that Paul Lewis possesses here. But on the evidence of what we saw from Terry Nash in the opening game, you'd probably make him slight favourite here. Did everything right until the point of
97.
getting over the line against Neil Duff, where he missed several match darts. For me, I just fear a little bit for Paul Lewis.
100.
Maybe it's been a long, grueling week, and we could see that take its toll as this Group C campaign
140.
continues. So one of the things he'll learn and gain experience with, the more and more he plays in this sort of environment.
140.
But no signs here in the early goings. That could be the issue as of yet.
140.
Showing us his chopping movement.
70. Tally car 124. 40. Paul the car 151.
So Terry Nash coming back should get at least a dart at the
84.
ball if he
Tally
keeps
car
them
84.
straight to break the throw. 14s, bullseye.
59. Paul the car 67.
Good effort, but not there. That looks a great guide.
51.
Can't use it.
Tally
Just
car
plonked it
25.
alongside of it instead of just bouncing off the barrel.
Yeah, a harsh miss.
Game shot on the first leg, Terry Nash.
Terry Nash, who walked off the stage disappointed a couple of games ago after
Second leg,
missing
Terry
darts
first. Game on.
at the 12s and at the 6s to beat Neil Duff. Corrects that very, very quickly here with an early breaker throw against Paul Lewis.
85.
Looking very good around the treble 20, isn't he, Terry Nash? Regularly finding at least a dart in the red.
180.
I don't think that was quite the helicopter. I think that was more of a telling off there from Paul Lewis, saying,
95.
darts, you should be doing that more often.
$100. $95.
Yeah, it's that. The old chopper's good, but it's not the Matthew Edgar bow, is it?
140.
Different level, that, isn't it? That's elite 180 celebrating. Elite housery, as some people would
59.
call it.
Pollock 81.
Yes. Can't wait to see it again on the live lounge stage.
65. Tell your car 167.
2 trebles needed for a dart at the ball.
$77. Paul car
Rounds
16.
it off, but Paul Lewis back to that double 8 target.
No score.
Oh,
Tell
and
your
he's
car
bust
90.
it. He's lost the opportunity.
This will hurt. Double 5.
85.
Oh, that
Paul
would have
car
stung.
16.
The missed double starting to count up here for Paul Lewis. He looks like he's becoming aware of it. Oh, he's very fortunate not to have busted it again there with the opening dart.
8. Tell your car 5. Getting shot on the second leg. Terry Nash.
Terry Nash leads 2-0, but there will be some soul searching
Like Paul to through
for
first.
Paul Lewis
Game on.
because he has had multiple opportunities, 0 from 9, and Matt, as a player, you then start to think this isn't going to go in no matter how well I throw it.
60.
Yeah, you start to wonder when it's going to happen. You get in that negative place, and you could see the picture of frustration. Him
82.
stood at the back of the stage, just staring up at the ceiling here, looking for answers, looking for hope and inspiration.
100.
There's one thing you can say about Terry Nash.
140.
He always looks a very cool and calm customer up there on the stage. Doesn't seem
60.
to get too drawn in.
$140.
And although Nash was fortunate in leg 2, nothing fortunate about this.
140. To the car, 139. $99. Polo car, 141.
141 isn't going to go. So Terry Nash will come back looking
55.
at tops
Tell your car,
for a
40.
3-0 lead and a double break of throw.
Getting shot on the third leg. Terry Nash.
Big celebration from Nash. 3-0. He leads.
Fourth leg Terry to throw first.
Lot to like about
Game
this
on.
performance. But same as Adam Lipscomb, that baby on the back of the shirt is slightly concerning.
Yeah, it's not for me, that. It's not for
82.
me. Although, I'm looking in our YouTube chat, and again, this John Cena reference is coming round again for
54.
Terry Nash. He'll be hoping that he's not the John Cena on Saturday night, because he'll be wanting
60.
to be seen on Saturday. He doesn't want to be the "you can't see me" when it comes down to the final 6.
If he's there, he could deliver some attitude
100.
adjustment if needed.
Oh, I'm liking the way this is going.
$59.
He stood at the finishing post. It's Terry Nash. And he crossed the line. He couldn't against Duff.
60.
Maybe those demons just starting to rear their heads. Paul Lewis showing a bit of character, a bit of fight, a bit
137.
of grit and determination. Real good characteristics to have. Not lying down and accepting his fate here.
Yeah, leaves 70
70.
after 12 to get himself back into this one. It's going to be a dart at double 16. Oh.
52. Tell your car, 100.
Is there a force field around the doubles or something?
Well, he wanted double 8, he hit double 16, he pulled it low. Wanted double 16, hit the double 7, but Terry Nash,
60.
2 match
Paul Leclerc,
darts. Add
18.
that to the list of match darts he's already missed today.
Getting shot
Once
on the
again
fourth
punished.
leg. Paul Lewis.
Ta-da!
There it is.
Fifth leg Paul to throw first. Game on.
Nash has missed more match darts. Will he get more opportunities? You would
100.
expect so, but nothing is guaranteed in this game.
That's a conversation we have on a regular basis, isn't it? Just because you're running at 100 average
100.
doesn't mean that you're going to continue to play at 100 average. It only is an indication of what has happened, not what's happening or going to happen.
100.
Paul Lewis all of a sudden starting to turn it on, and in a way this is probably a good thing for Terry Nash because it'll keep him focused. And one of the hardest things is when your opponent's missing, because you just constantly see opportunities. It's
100.
easy just to get lost in a game where you're getting hit back and you can just focus on what you need to do rather than getting drawn into the backwards and forwards.
55.
Yeah, Nash looking to set the 301 up.
100.
Only a ton, so I can't leave a finish.
$94.
Lewis does, however, Nash could be on something a lot lower.
140.
The two travel visit does exactly that, leaves 61 and will return because Paul Lewis cannot take out the 152.
60. Tell your car 60.
To get over the line. It's going to be one more match start should he find the single. It's double two.
I think he's miscounted.
57.
He's also missed the double.
Paul the car 92.
Again, Terry Nash unable to get the job done. Oh, this would hurt.
60. Tell your car 4.
How is that not bounced in? But it hasn't. So Nash returns.
Two. Paul the
Just
car
cannot
32.
cross the line.
Finishing line fever from Nash.
We're talking double figures now in regards to missed doubles for the match. Could be sat on 4 points. He may be
24.
sat on 2.
Tell your car 2.
Returns for the Madhouse.
Getting shot on the
Well, he
mark,
gets
Terry
there
Nash.
in the end, Terry Nash. He'll probably feel he should be on 4 after missing opportunities against Neil Duff. He took plenty of opportunities there to get over the line against Paul Lewis, who the doubles just was not happening for. 17 darts at a double there for Paul Lewis and only able to convert 1. But for Terry Nash, he's up and running. A mid-80s average has got his first points on the board. Coming up next, we've got Brian Raman taking on the group favourite, Neil Duff.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, everyone, as we have completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. It is Neil Duff and Anthony Allen who both lead the way with 2 victories apiece, but plenty of missed doubles has been the story of the session so far. Can the Duff man make it 3 from 3 as he takes on Brian Raman, who has been a frustrated figure here so far? Consistency he cannot find, And for me, Matt, this game all comes down to pace. Can Raman get his pace right? If he can, I think he can cause the Duff man problems. If he can't, I think it's 3 from 3.
It's all about finding the comfort with the pace as well and the flow, and I don't think we've found that Brian Raman, because he's been quick, he's been slow, he's been altering, which ultimately means he's looking for something. And the more you look for something on that stage,
Game on.
the more you'll just be hunting. Gonna be his hands full here against Neil Duff, a player he has
40.
played all week so far. Both these players dropping into Group C from their Group A campaigns. It's been quite a happy hunting ground in regards
100.
to points for Neil Duff.
$41.
Yeah, of course, if Duff
60.
can go through the card potentially today, it takes the pressure off tomorrow.
96. $95.
It's one thing you won't see in Neil Duff's game as a change of pace. It's always the same. That rhythm
85.
never changes.
Consistency, isn't it? And that's where the consistency comes in the game of Neil Duff. With flashes of brilliance. His second maximum of the day. His first in this game. Finds it in the opening leg. The man not on a finish, so Neil Duff, a chance to break the throw. 6 darts at 66. It's all the sixes.
Getting shot on the first leg.
I mean, he needs the 2. Neil Duff breaks the Raman
Second leg,
throw.
Neil is in
180.
first. Game on.
Followed by 66 in 2 darts. Clinical from the man from Northern Ireland. Proudly wearing the Northern Ireland shirt. And right now, Matt, he's coasting his way in
45.
Group C.
Well, this is a statement game for Neil Duff. At the moment, it's fair to say that no one's really sort of grabbed this group and stood up. Terry Nash, probably someone who's looking good at emerging from the pack. But Neil Duff was probably looking at this situation and thinking, I could get this done. I could have this all done and dusted and get the job pretty much concluded by the early part of
60.
tomorrow. I did say at the very start of the show I would not be surprised if Neil Duff went through this whole group without losing a game. Well, if he's going to play like this,
91.
I don't think there'll be anyone here this week that can stop him. A 14 dart leg, and he could be backing it up with a 12.
Leaves 130
100.
after 9.
130.
Doesn't need to be flamboyant here. I think he was caught in 2 minds there.
78.
It could be back-to-back 14 darters here for Neil Duff, and that is a pace at the moment Brian Raman just unable to live
100.
with.
Neil
6 darts
52.
again. Should he need them?
2 at double 16.
Getting shot on
Back
the second
to back.
leg. Neil Duff.
14 dart legs for the Duff man.
Third leg, Brian
This
deserves first.
is a
Game on.
statement of intent from the Group C favourite. 2-0 up, averaging over 107. And he's
56.
saying to everyone else in the practice room, you are playing for 1 spot because top spot is mine.
He is the odds-on favourite. He was the
55.
expected favourite, and let's be honest, until this game, he hasn't played like the favourite. He was fortunate to get the win against Terry Nash, who missed multiple match
134.
darts. Wasn't blistering in his performance over 16-year-old Daniel Stevenson, but this is what you expect when a man is
59.
odds-on to win a group. Raman found his best darts in game number 1 when he was 3-0 down. He's starting to find his best a little earlier here against Neil Duff.
But again, he speeded up.
99.
There's a tell here. When he throws quicker, they go better.
Well, a little bit more pace on the dart, the arm speed
59.
a little bit quicker. A sizable gap in the scoreboard. You feel this has to be a max really to give Neil Duff any hope.
140.
I'm on the finish.
112.
That's like ask and you receive.
Brian Raman's asking.
72.
He's
Neil
not
Car
receiving.
148.
Let's see if he hits this first. Another. Oh, that would have hurt. The Brian Raman dart in the 12, was that
100.
a dart at the
Round the
treble
car,
or just a poor dart that he's pulled low?
Yeah, you wouldn't aim for the little part of the single,
He's
would
shot
you?
on the
But he's
third
aiming
leg,
for the
Brian
double
Raman.
10. And he's got his first leg on the board. A hold, a throw there for Brian Raman.
Fourth leg Neil through first.
He's going to
Game
need to
on.
find something though on the Neil Duff throw because Duff has already done the damage.
45. $85. 81.
It's a much better first dart from Raman. Top of the bed. Should be able to work off of it.
85.
He'll be disappointed from there.
Yeah, this is the real meat of the game, this, isn't it? This is the point where Neil Duff will either have a sizable gap or it's going to be game on.
30.
And he is, again, a little bit wayward at the wrong time here, Neil Duff. Every throw so far has had a wayward dart off the 20 segment.
Yeah, he's getting
64.
embroiled in a game that he will feel he shouldn't need to be. He's been the better player. But Raman is making
45.
a move. And that little smirk from Duff says all you need to know about what he's feeling right now.
95.
Again, he's in that situation where he needs to hit big, needs to fill it up ideally. Oh, and he does.
80.
Big darts there for Neil Duff, and that's why he's won so many weeks here at the Super Series. Because he can just carve out
100.
something from
Neil
nothing.
Car 120.
Timing at its best. Single. Tops.
80.
That would have been
Car
perfect.
72.
But Raman has a chance to level up here, Matt.
It's going to be one dart. It's going to be double 16.
56.
And
Neil
just give
Car
Neil Duff a
40.
chance at a target he's been pinning all week for fun.
Getting shot
No
on the fourth
surprise
leg,
to see
Neil
it go with the opening dart. The frustration again for Raman, who could have been level and got that breaker
Fifth leg
throw
Brandon
back
through
instead.
first. Game on.
He's now got to do it the long way. Not quite as long as he had to do in game number 1, but a much more different prospect
100.
playing against Neil Duff rather than a 16-year-old debutante.
100. 92.
Remember, this is a free hit for Duff. It's on the Raman darts. He'd love to get it done
100.
here and now.
$29.
I'm not fluent in Belgium, but I don't think he was particularly happy with that.
Yeah, I'm a bit
100.
rusty on my Belgium at the moment, but I think he said, "Call blimey, that was a bad dart."
If any of our
81.
Belgian friends would like to translate in the chat room, feel free, as long as it's appropriate.
$105.
Neil Duff does the job, sets himself up on a potential 2-darter. Raman throws a lot of shoulder into that
57.
throw.
Neil Car 96.
He's in big trouble here. Duff to keep the 100% record going.
56.
Leaves Old Faithful, leaves his favourite.
142.
Unless Raman can find this. He can't. And you can see there, he is a frustrated figure up on that stage right now. Can't find what he's looking for.
69.
And Duff comes back to win
40.
it.
Getting shot on the match.
Neil Duff, the group favourite before a dart was thrown. The odds-on favourite, showing us why. The performance of the day so far, an average of 93.30 in a comfortable victory there over Brian Raman. Neil Duff hits the top of the table, 3 from 3 on 6 points for Raman. He's got quite a bit to ponder. The form is in and out, but he's still got a chance moving forward. Terry Nash, Anthony Allen coming up next.
And welcome back, everyone, to this Group C campaign as Neil Duff leads the way, 3 wins from 3. He tops the table, but Anthony Allen could join him on 6 points if he can get a victory over Terry Nash. But in signs, Matt, there's been a lot to like about Terry Nash. He's just missing doubles here and there, but overall, he looks like the main challenger to Neil Duff right now.
It's kind of what we thought beforehand, wasn't it? He was the 8-1 outsider in this group, and we thought a bit of value. We've seen him here before at the Super Series, and he acquitted himself very well on that occasion.
Looks like Anthony to throw first.
Comes here
Game
with
on.
a little bit of form in the back pocket. These will be 2 players that probably know each other very well. Terry Nash been playing out on the county scene for
45.
around about 9 years. Anthony Allen would have played every single one of those 9 years, so I'm sure their paths have crossed somewhere along the lines.
95.
Maybe even a couple of the events and open events. Terry
60.
Nash now taking part on the ADC tours. Did miss the last series of events, but I'm sure will be getting himself back out there again,
100.
trying to get those ranking points. Now the ADC Global Championship has been announced. That will be played out there on the Super Series stage
42.
in December. £25,000 up for grabs to the global champion.
99.
Yeah, and the way the ADC are progressing, it's great to see there's now something at the end of the rainbow every year for their tour.
125.
The strides they've made, especially in the UK, have been absolutely huge.
59.
Nash has the Allen darts under some pressure here.
134. Teriyuka 148.
Look good. Save your shot there from Anthony Allen. To give himself a little bit of hope at the back end of this leg.
Anthony Carr 95.
But options, choices, decisions. Goes aggressive. Goes very aggressive.
57. Teriyuka 8.
Much more simple equation here for Terry Nash.
Getting shot on the first leg, Terry Nash.
No problems there. A 16 dart, break a throw.
Second leg, Terry to throw first. Game on.
Kind of got his journey mapped out, hasn't he? He's going to be playing on the ADC. We know he's going to be going back to Q School in January.
60.
Something he's done on a couple of occasions before. And that was a story I really enjoyed and really liked when he was telling us about it was his league
21.
that paid for it. He actually was winning the league in Shrewsbury, and the league, as part of the system, paid the winner to go to Q School.
70.
I like that story. I like that journey, and I like that happening at local level.
Yeah, it was great having 5 minutes with him before
60.
they went for a practice and just getting to know the backstory and the fact that he has his journey mapped out. He knows where he wants to be, knows
140.
what he needs to do at certain checkpoints this year as well. It's a clever plan, and I like it, and I fully agree.
61.
The fact that his local league are behind him and there's a progression there is great.
Certainly when one of the biggest barriers to entry within this sport at the moment
81.
is cost and finances, because there's a lot of travel involved if you want to get out on those circuits. Anthony Allen playing on the WDF circuit, as he loses his second dart to the
40.
floor, he'll be able to testify in fact of just how much time, commitment and finances required. Taking time off of work,
90.
travelling with the planes, the taxis, the hotels.
60. Teriyuka 60.
When we're outside of the likes of the PDC, a lot of the time, you're doing it just to cover the costs.
40.
Time on his side. We'll be coming back at the double 10. But this time, Anthony Allen is ready to strike.
140. Teriyuka
Should Terry
20.
Nash not be able to get the job done.
No score. Anthony Carr
That's been the Achilles heel.
119.
Will he be punished? No, because Allen can't find the big number.
79.
So Terry Nash comes
Teriyuka
back.
20. Getting shot on the second leg.
No mistake
Terry
this
Nash.
time around. It is 2-zip. He's halfway to victory.
Third leg Anthony to throw
But
first.
I'm
Game
looking
on.
ahead here, Matt. Terry Nash undoubtedly has the scoring game to trouble anyone this week. But
140.
if he gets through to Saturday night, those doubles are going to have to improve, because the likes of Taylor, McEwen,
85.
Duff aren't going to give him multiple opportunities to kill legs off.
Well, absolutely not. And I'm actually looking ahead to the fixtures
77.
here for Terry Nash. And I feel this is a big game here for him against Anthony Allen, because his next game, he's got a couple of games off before he'd have the throw against
83.
Daniel Stevenson, the 16-year-old here on debut. And then his last game would be against a very, very frustrated, underperforming figure in Brian Raman. So there
29.
are points on the horizon for Terry Nash, you feel, if he can continue to keep this level of consistency going. And certainly if he can get over the line here,
81.
he could be leaving today with 8 points.
I was going to say, before a dart was thrown, do you think Nash would have taken 4 wins if it was a defeat to Duff?
I think anybody would have taken 4 wins.
45.
Before even Neil Duff.
75.
If you said you can have 8 points, he'll say, okay, I'll just come tomorrow.
35.
But this time it's Anthony Allen who's got a bit of time on his side. Terry Nash, he'll feel he's done the job already.
40.
He's done the hard work. He's got the break.
Getting shot on the third leg. Anthony Allen.
It'll be this leg that Terry Nash will feel he needs to get the job
Fourth leg
done.
ready to throw first. Game on.
Anthony Allen gets himself on the board.
$140.
I'm intrigued. We're seeing this more and more. That I don't think there's any
99.
spares for Anthony Allen. Doesn't look like he's brought a case up. Now, I understand if you're playing with a moulded flying stem because they very rarely break, but
180.
Anthony Allen isn't. Playing with a normal nylon flying stem and they can break
59.
easily.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those that over-prepare in regards to what's in the case. For me, it's at least 30 flights. Same with stems, because you just never know. And you have just spare set of darts.
38.
But again, maybe just showing between the levels. And the other thing is, not all players are sponsored by manufacturers as well. And we know the price of equipment's going up a little bit
58.
at the moment.
$45. Tell your car 116.
Well, the pattern of this game so far has been whoever wins the leg has done it at a canter. Continue that pattern, but one pattern that's broken there is Terry Nash taking time on the finishing. No problems there for Terry.
Game on.
Yeah, we know the finishing is there. Just needs to hook it up.
41.
Anthony Allen's games to end the day. He will not have the throw in either
100.
of the matches. He'll play Neil Duff in just a game's time. And he'll also play the youngster Daniel Stevenson in game number 14. This one, though, not over yet.
97.
As far as the internet goes today, PM
100.
has just won it. He says that he's from Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, big fan.
95.
Can get behind that.
Yep, shut down the chat. Job's done. PM wins. Thanks for coming.
65. $137. Anthony car 115.
Needs to find treble 19 for double. Oh, it's just
91.
the wrong side of the wire.
Tell your car
Is that
72.
the last dart Anthony Allen throws in this contest? Double 18
Getting shot in the
for
match.
Terry Nash. And Nash wins it 4-1. Oh, we get the old John Cena, you can't see me celebration as well. Big fan of that from Terry Nash. But 4-1, he moves up into second place in the table. He's chasing Neil Duff, a man he should have beaten, but it's all good for Nash. Coming up after the break, it will be Daniel Stevenson against Paul Lewis.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Liveline.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And welcome back, everyone, as we continue with our Group C action on this Thursday afternoon. Neil Duff leads the way, but Terry Nash has just moved up into second place, chasing him down. But we're going to have another look at Daniel Stevenson, the 16-year-old from the northeast, against Paul Lewis, who'll be wondering what he's got to do to hit a double, Matt.
First leg, Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Take your pick, I believe, in this fixture, because we've seen flashes, we've seen signs from both,
40.
but both have also left a little bit to be desired at times. You feel in the scoring stage, Paul Lewis
24.
could potentially outscore his opponent, but he's going to have to straighten it up. It's been one of the concerns for me for Paul Lewis since sort of the mid part of yesterday, that just looking a bit fatigued at times, and
42.
he's probably not played this many darts in his life in this sort of short period of time.
60.
Yeah, comes here with confidence, winning the vault on Monday night, as he told us earlier.
60.
Edgy opener here. Both players just sensing the opportunity and the importance of the moment.
58.
Both players have lost their opening 2 games. You can afford to lose 3 in a Group C. More often than not, you can't afford to lose 4. So this is sort of
47.
the last life potential gone here. And a very, very slow start. 21 darts thrown between the pair. It took to the 22nd dart to find the first treble.
140. $100.
Yeah, both will be craving a win here.
60.
Again, is that a mistake from Paul Lewis? Leaves the bogey number.
39.
That's unlucky. You can see the mark. It's left, but the dart has clipped the flight on the way through, which just takes all the power out of it, Matt. And that's the problem with these moulded flight and
87.
stem combos.
I'm really not a fan. I'm really not. I see more cons than pros.
99. Paul Lucar,
The
72.
problem for Paul Lewis has been the doubling. He's going to get 2 darts here to show us
57.
a very familiar story
Daniel
of the
Carr,
day.
74.
A tale of dismay. It's going to be 1 dart, double 16.
42.
Can't find it, but Paul
15.
Lewis, because of the state of the last dart, has to tidy this up.
11. Daniel Carr, 32.
No comment needed.
$16. Paul Carr, 4.
Edgy, very edgy from both players.
No score.
Now, I'm
Daniel
starting to feel
Carr,
sorry
16.
for Paul Lewis here, because they are 3 extremely well thrown darts all across the wire.
Getting shot on the first leg, Daniel Stevenson.
Daniel Stevenson steps in to take it, Matt, but you have to feel for Paul Lewis here.
Second leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
It can be more frustrating sometimes to throw darts like that, where you throw them well and they're just on the wire, rather than throwing a wild dart and going, well, I've got something to work on and rectify then.
60.
You've thrown one with a nice smooth release, it's just not gone the right side of the wire.
$57.
Far from a classic here in the early goings of the game, but regardless
60.
of the levels, it all counts the same in regards to points on the table.
I think we may need to get a protective case for that board, the way Paul Lewis is looking at it. I think it might get Lloyded.
What a time there for
26.
Daniel Lewis in a very scrappy game to dig a max out of absolutely nowhere. And it's on the Paul Lewis throw. Maybe just sensing that this is his chance. Maybe sensing the
100.
frustration. He will look at his opponent, who doesn't cut a figure of confidence right now.
40. Daniel Carr, 164.
He's still got Brian Raman and Neil Duff to wait to take on Paul Lewis.
132.
Maturity from a 16-year-old. Fan of that. Didn't get drawn into the eye-catchy finish. He knows how important this game is to him.
100. Daniel Carr,
Tees up
32.
double 16 for a 2-0 lead.
$16.
Now all about how much pressure Lewis can apply.
28.
None is the
Daniel
answer.
Carr, 16. Getting shot on the second leg, Daniel Stevenson.
Daniel Stevenson leads this one 2-0.
Third leg, Daniel to throw first.
And I just feel that
Game on.
I'd love to know what he's staring at right now. That is an absolute death stare.
15.
Anyway, going back to my original point before Paul Lewis decided to death stare something, that if Daniel can win this game,
46.
I feel that he may go on, because we've seen lots of good things. I'm sure there's nerves on debut where 2 points should settle him down.
Yeah, absolutely.
58.
What did we say when he's throwing his first darts? The first things you want is that first treble, that first double. And then when you
100.
Put it all together. The first win. And he was 3-0 up in his opening game against Brian Raman before losing that by 4 legs to 3. And that
60.
just set off a few demons, you feel. But this, by far,
59.
the worst we've seen from Paul Lewis so far this week. It's been pretty steady. His daily averages have always been sort of 81, 82 sort of area. But today, massively on the slide.
140. 125. Paul the car 156.
So 6 darts to get the break back. I was about to
82.
say, after all those missed darts at a double, he pops a combination first go.
That's how it tends to go. Because when you've got 3 darts in hand, you've got that time to stand back and think and process and contemplate what's
82.
coming. Where with those sort of
74.
shots, you're just in the flow. You're just in the rhythm, and this is where they tend to go on the end of a combo.
34. Daniel Car 103.
Good setup shot.
Paul
Good
Car
last
40.
start. But he's going to have to hope that Paul Lewis continues to miss doubles.
Daniel
And
Car
that
32.
is exactly what he's done. So Daniel Stevenson, double 16 for 3-0. That's awkward. The way his darts lie, they kick across,
Game shot
but
on
finds the
third
top
leg,
of the
Daniel
bed.
Stevenson.
Stevenson leads 3-0.
Fourth leg Paul to through first. Game on.
A penny for the thoughts of Paul Lewis right now.
Well, if we take a little look across the day, Paul Lewis,
46.
1 from 12 on the outer ring in the opening game. 1 from 17 in the second game. He's 0 from 11. That means he's hit 2 darts at the double today from 40 darts.
140.
As a percentage, that is 5% checkout rate. I mean, there's 2 things you can look at here. You could go,
134.
the doubles have been really poor. It's a glaring, obvious error. 5% checkout rate, which is one of the lowest we've ever seen here at the Super Series. But you can also look at it the other way round and say, well, he must be doing something right to have 40 darts at a double so far. So it all depends how you process it. Is it negatively or positively?
121.
I'm sure you can find a positive in there when looking at the fact that he's had so many chances. But the chances look like they're drying up here. Daniel Stevenson is racing towards his first victory here at the Super Series.
81 after 9.
45.
We can
Daniel
see
Car 81.
there is talent within this young man. It's just about harnessing it. He's going to get,
Game shot
brilliant,
in the match. Daniel
absolutely brilliant from Daniel Stevenson. Wraps it off with a 12-dart leg for a 4-0 win. It is his first points at the Modus Super Series on the stage at the Live Lounge. Yes, they both struggled at times, but there were some eye-catching moments from the young man. He will be back. Spare a thought for Paul Lewis, whose doubling just wasn't there. But coming up after the break, Neil Duff gets the opportunity to go 4 from 4 and move even further clear at the top of the table. Welcome back, everyone. We are 3 rounds of fixtures in of the 5, and it is the favourite, Neil Duff, who leads the way. He is unbeaten so far today in these fixtures, but it could have been all so different. He should have lost his first round game to Terry Nash. Multiple darts missed, but from then, he's gone on and he's looking the player to beat.
You've got to take advantage of a player like Neil Duff when you've got them beat and you've got them down, because he will come back and hurt you, and that's what's happened, and that's what you expect to see now going forward in this group. For me, there's 2 players that are really standing out so far today. Neil Duff being one of them and Terry Nash being the other. Terry Nash couldn't get over the line in his game with Neil Duff, missed multiple match opportunities before being punished, but has since got his act together and started to get over the line a lot quicker, and at the moment the 2 seem to be the 2 that look like they're going to go through. They seem head and shoulders above the rest at the moment.
Yeah, since that moment where Neil dodged a bullet, he's gone on and got better and better, and we're seeing that swagger about Neil around the stage. The big scores, the big finishing is returning as he's getting more confident.
And if I was in the practice room with Neil Duff right now, I'd be looking at it and thinking, he looks like he's going to get away with this. He looks like he's going to get through this group. And as part of the chasing pack, you'd probably be doing exactly what we said at the start of the show, in the fact that you're probably looking at that second position and you're looking at Neil Duff going through, because you look ahead to the fixtures, and at the moment I just don't see how Neil Duff's going to be stopped. He seems to be playing and he just has the extra gear, and he hasn't even hit top gear yet.
In terms of second place, right now, do you think it's a straight shootout between Allen and Nash?
Anthony Allen's been getting some results today. He's yet to play his best darts. I've known Anthony Allen a long time. I know what he's capable of. He's capable of a lot more than what he's showing so far. But it's still very new to him, playing darts in front of cameras, playing darts here at the Super Series. It's all new. And he's gaining and learning on the job, but Terry Nash looks a lot more composed at the moment and seems a lot more consistent. And that's the key, consistency in these groups. And I'm pinning my mast with Nash and Duff.
In the build-up to this group, we spoke about Daniel Stevenson making his debut at 16. What have you made of him so far after 3 fixtures?
Nervy, edgy, but that last game, better. Now, statistically, it wasn't the best game in the world, but the composure to do the right things at the right times was good. The finish at the end there to get over the line, the 180 that came at the right point to get the breaker throw against Paul Lewis. So he's doing the right things at the right times. If he can gel it together a little bit more, he's going to be a threat. He comes here with reputation. Players we know very, very well speak very, very highly of Daniel. And at 16 years old, whatever he does here, it's all going to be a bonus.
Well, after 9 games, Neil Duff leads the way in the table, and already it's looking tough for everyone else to catch him. Terry Nash and Anthony Allen on 4, but Paul Lewis cut adrift already. Is there danger signs that he may be out of contention already?
I think he'll feel he is. Even if he's not mathematically, the way he's playing is just not the same. This isn't the Paul Lewis we saw on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is a different Paul Lewis. This is a fatigued, a tired, frustrated Paul Lewis. He's a long, long way off what we've had. I thought maybe when we got to a Group C campaign, we'd start to see a little bit more from him, but it's gone the other way, unfortunately, for him today, and I fear the worst.
Jim McEwen is already in Saturday night's final. Remember, you can be here. Darts and football on a Saturday. If you want to be here, watch this.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, and that video there says it all. Here on Saturday night, the England game plus Week 5 finals night. What more could you want, Matthew Edgar?
Well, it's got everything else around the area, hasn't it? Cheap drinks, some takeaways, Absolutely spot on. Now that's a Saturday night. Nice cheap night out and a great bit of entertainment. But for now, it's the entertainment of Group C. And Anthony Allen, who's picked up a couple of victories already today, could really put himself in contention if he's able to beat Neil Duff. But you feel if he's going to do it, he's going to have to raise the levels. Neil Duff put out the statement performance of that mid-90s average in his last fixture. Anthony Allen, all of his games so far have sort of been in that mid-70s. So he's going to need to find a visit. He's going to need to find 3 darts.
96.
Maybe he's going to rival Neil Duff, but we know he's capable of it. I've known Anthony a long time. He's a much better player than what we have seen so far today. But the main thing is, despite not playing his best, he's still in contention, and that is an ideal position to be in. Well, you know you've got more in the locker, but yet you're still in contention
100.
within the group. He will play his last game in game number 14. He'll take on the 16-year-old Daniel Stevenson. So there is a genuine chance here for Anthony Allen that he could be leaving with 6, maybe 8.
$140.
If Neil goes through the card today and he's 5 from 5, is that game over for the rest in terms of winning it?
Oh, absolutely. It is too experienced to relinquish that sort of lead. And do you know, when I said Anthony Allen's not been playing his best, this is what he's capable of. A 12 darts to leave tops. The issue is it's against the darts, and he's got to watch Neil Duff throw first.
Getting shot on the first
starting hand in the middle of the target. A bit of a celebration there for Neil Duff, who knows he's taking on
first. Game on.
A decent player here in Anthony Allen, who maybe with Anthony Allen, what we're seeing is he's not one of these that like to be the pace setter. If you think about the dynamics of a game, in the other games, he's probably been the hunted. Where against Neil Duff, everyone will expect Neil to win, and he becomes the hunter. And maybe that's where we start to see the best of Anthony Allen, when he can attack into a player rather than feel like they're attacking into him.
140.
Yeah, and Anthony Allen will feel this is a must-win game to keep his hopes alive. And I don't say must-win lightly,
41,
because we're only on Thursday, but I feel that it is, because I look at it, a defeat here, and it could be curtains already. The top 2 could just run off into the sunset.
Yeah, it could be that case, but also what's quite exciting here for supporters of Anthony Allen is that he's starting to find his range
85.
and starting to find what he's capable of.
$60.
The Duff man, a long way back. Needed a perfect visit there. 3 perfect targets. Wasn't able to find an Anthony Allen.
Anthony Carr, 101.
Got 6 starts now at the 101. Which should transfer into 4 darts at the double.
69.
Yeah, Allen has outscored Duff in this leg. It's all right doing it on your own throw.
59.
But when you haven't got the darts, you're just thinking to yourself, I need to do this on his. And then that creates pressure.
Leg, Anthony Allen.
2 good solid legs there.
Third leg, Neil to throw first.
2
Game
good
on.
solid holds a throw. But the focus, so different here on Anthony Allen. Such a
100.
different vibe, such a different atmosphere around his game right now. Seem to be playing with a lot more purpose.
$60. $99.
Certainly finding a lot more in the scoring stakes here at the moment, Anthony Allen, who in the early part of this game, the average is in the 3 figures. Can he sustain? If he does sustain that sort of
100.
level, you feel he could be the guy to stop Duff.
180.
He's carved an opportunity here on the Neil Duff darts.
140. Anthony Carl, 139.
First to a finish, Anthony Allen. He should set this up. He's got to stay away from that treble.
99. Neil
Leaves
Carl,
it handy.
101.
Has Neil Duff got a haymaker in the locker? He should get a dart. He does. At his favourite tops. For a hammer blow.
81. Anthony Carr, 40.
If that had gone, I'm not sure there's a way back for Anthony Allen. He'd thrown everything at Duff.
Game shot on the third leg. Anthony Allen.
But Duff misses. Allen hits. Break
Fourth leg,
of throw.
Anthony through first.
All of a sudden, is Group C changing? The odds-on favourite is behind.
$140.
This will be the frustration, though, for Anthony Allen. He has been sensational
60.
in the first 4 legs of this contest. But he'll be thinking, where has this been?
83.
Because he hasn't played at this level so far today. This is stunning.
60.
Just take a very quick sideward swipe here. Anthony Buckley asks a question for Edgar and the famous Mr. Phil Bars. Says, match play picks, is it one of the Lukes?
55.
Well, good afternoon, Anthony. Hope you are well, my friend. They are the sensible picks.
140.
I think, yeah, they're the 2 favourites, and rightfully so, from the way they've played this year and their achievements. But if I'm looking away from the 2 favourites,
85.
On the Pro Tour, I loved what I saw from Johnny Clayton. The Ferret had that swagger back, playing with freedom and a smile. And this
100.
might be heart over head, but Gary Anderson as well.
I was waiting for it. I thought it was coming. I agree. For another good leg here from Anthony Allen in the scoring stakes, getting himself down on tops. Asking Neil Duff a big question. Has he got the stuff?
109. Anthony Carr, 40.
To rip up the script.
Game shot on the fourth
That
leg.
dart
Anthony
was
Allen.
huge. After missing 2,
Fifth leg, Neil to throw
last
first.
dart in
Game
hand
on.
to go 3-1 up on Neil Duff. Held his composure brilliantly in that situation. Because Neil was sat waiting to break back.
100.
But yeah, I'd say, going back to the original match play question,
57.
yeah, Luke and Luke rightfully favourites from the way they've played this year and what they've achieved. But outside of the favourites, Johnny and Gary, I'm looking forward to seeing.
81.
I thought at times Gary looked brilliant at the World Cup. The throw was just majestic.
85.
Like that one from Anthony Allen, a bit of a flyer dart there. He lets us know what he thinks about that. Doesn't need to win this leg. He's got the throw in the next. Both players will probably fancy their positions here. Anthony Allen knows he's got the throw in the next leg, where Neil Duff knows he's got the throw in 2 out of 3.
Yeah, it's one of those tricky ones, isn't it? Because Neil's thinking, okay, hold here. One big leg, attack the throw, and if it goes the distance, I've got the darts in the decider.
$55. Neil the car, 85. $69.
A 180 would make this interesting. Still pressure applied.
Neil the car 16.
Neil Duff to hold and get within 1.
Game shot on the 5th flag. Neil Duff.
Back to 2-3. But now Anthony Allen
6 flag Anthony
has the darts
first. Game on.
to get the job done and inflict the first defeat.
$97.
Big last start. Keeps him in control.
$100.
All about dart 3 on the opening exchanges.
That second dart just looked a little snatchy
41.
for me.
Be aware of the situation. Be aware that this is the leg it has to go.
40.
Got away with the poor visit though because Neil Duff couldn't punish. And I'm sure he'll feel a lot better after that.
45.
I think the severity of the moment coming through at the moment for both.
60.
Who can snap out of this phase?
60.
It's now 9 darts without a treble. Anthony Allen has only found 1 in the first 12. Neil Duff, though, not really taking advantage of the situation.
59.
It's all very edgy.
They're almost both waiting for each other to kick in here.
100.
First to the finish, Anthony Allen. Duff needs a treble of his own just to get to 1.
81.
Big last.
Onto the car 158.
Still nothing to separate the two, except the advantage of throw, which could be massive in this leg.
100. Neil the car
That last start is
161.
huge. The 161 is not going to go. So Anthony Allen should get 2 match darts to inflict
90.
the first
Under the
defeat
car,
on Neil
58.
Duff.
$48.
2 match
Neil the car
darts.
71.
Will he get more? Should just be the 1 dart here for Duff at his favourite double top.
To stay alive.
31.
And he misses. Tops
Anthony
has
O'Connor,
deserted
10.
him. But this is tricky, Matt. The double 5 is never a gimme.
Game shot
But
on
it
the
is
mat,
this time
Anthony Allen.
around. Anthony Allen inflicts the first defeat on the leader, Neil Duff. He was odds-on favourite, but Anthony Allen was sensational in this tie. The averages dropped because of the last leg, but overall, Anthony Allen played some fabulous stuff in this one. And we'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everyone. The form book has been thrown out the window in our last game. Anthony Allen inflicted Neil Duff's first defeat of this Group C campaign to move level on points with Duff at the top of the table on 6. It's all getting a little bit congested now. But Brian Raman looking to get back to winning ways. Paul Lewis looking to put his frustrations behind him.
First leg, Paul to through first. Game on.
Well, he's been trying to do that for most of the day. The frustrations have been coming on the outer ring for Paul Lewis, who's only managed to hit 2 darts at the double from 40 thrown.
One of them.
But that'll make him feel a lot better about it. Straight in with a 140, and he's up against a familiar face here in Brian Raman, a player he's played a couple of occasions already this week and has had success against. So maybe a little bit of familiarity will get him back to what we was more familiar with him in regards to the performance that we saw in the Group A campaign, rather than what we saw so far today.
Yeah, already this is better.
93
from Lewis.
$60.
It's just the straightness of the darts early on, isn't it? He's been spraying them around the board a bit. But maybe Raman finding a little bit of comfort in this fixture as well.
79.
Raman has got 1 victory on the board so far today. Lewis hasn't got
41.
any. So if Lewis is to lose this, you feel his race is run in regards to qualification, where Raman will keep some hopes alive with victory here over Paul Lewis.
59. Paul Lucar 160. $85. Brian Lucar 130.
That's where a straight dart would have left him a much simpler 2-dart possibility.
Raman needs a treble for a dart at the ball. He's not going to find
58.
it.
Paul Lucar 75.
So 75 for Lewis to end his doubling nightmare.
Might only be a dart at the ball.
Game shot on the first leg. Paul
Couldn't
Lewis.
buy a double, Matt, and then pins the bullseye after missing a big number. You can't make it up.
You just knew that was going to happen, didn't you? The smallest target on the board. No problem with that. Thank you very much.
Note to self, always leave the ball.
140. $60. $99.
Obviously, we know that your nickname being Prime Time is right up there. Are you a fan of the fictional character nicknames? Obviously, we've got the Joker and we've got the Riddler on stage now.
Well, I feel we need to put it to
92.
the test. I feel we need to just get him to stand and reel off riddles and see how many he knows.
Riddle me this. Riddle me that.
60.
Some of our younger audience will be oblivious to the Riddler.
70. $98.
Leaves 72 again. This time he's going to get a go at it. Brian Raman, Paul Lewis not on a finish. Continues
60.
to not be on a finish. For a level game. Double 6.
Game show on the
Nice
second
clean
leg.
finish. Both players really raising the game here in this one. And I did say it's maybe that familiarity. The fact that they've been playing each other all week in a Group A campaign.
Bit of peacockery there from a man leaving the arm out hanging.
60.
Big fan.
It's also a sign that he's starting to feel good. You don't do things like that when you're not feeling
59.
good. Maybe just saying to us, yes, it's not gone for me so far, but it's going to come, lads. I'm going to start to claw some points back and get myself up this table.
121.
We're talking about, obviously, nicknames in the Riddler. Rank 1, 2 and 3. Which order are you putting these in? Superman, Spider-Man and Batman.
Do you know, I'm not really
83.
a massive superhero fan, to be honest. Don't really watch too many of them. So I'd go with Matman.
Matman fan. Primetime has turned himself into a superhero.
$59.
I suppose for Raman, this is the trouble, isn't it? He's got to try and break the throw somewhere, and it just feels like he's pushing the issue a little.
80.
Not got the patience. And that comes from the fact of not picking up the results earlier on in the day.
100.
Yeah, especially with Neil Duff being beaten, because when you've lost multiple games at the start of the day, you almost want one
100.
player to run away with it, beat everyone else to keep you intact, giving you a hope of that runners-up spot.
81. Paul Ricard, 81.
Persistent now on the 20s, which has left him one of the most awkward finishes on the dartboard, should he get a go. Which he will.
49.
This is where a switch downstairs to the
Ricard,
19s may have been more
119.
beneficial, because this gets tricky.
$64. Paul Ricard, 32.
To lead again. That's awkward.
No score. Brown Ricard,
Just the way his
55.
darts set up, I just couldn't see them going over the top.
$37. Paul Ricard, 32. Getting shot on the third leg, Paul
This time he
Lewis.
gets it when he wants it. And the frustration from Raman, I feel
Fourth leg, Brown to through
part
first.
of that was his own
Game
doing.
on.
I don't know why he was throwing at the bullseye when he wanted 80.
Yeah, it doesn't make mathematical sense.
58.
It's not one of those where you get too much of a gain out of it because, you know, mathematical sense doesn't apply when people are throwing at
140.
treble 16, but you get the gain of you get to throw on the 16s corridor. In that situation, he was trying to leave double 15.
180.
And you just feel like Raman could be starting to lose his head a little bit.
We had the Jude Bellingham
100.
celebration for a 180 here at the Live Lounge.
$180.
Now he stares down at his darts.
60. Brown Ricard, 83.
Back-to-back maxes for Raman. A possible 11 dart leg.
Game shot
That
on the
is
fourth leg,
brilliant.
Brian Raman.
He gives himself a clap. I'll give you a clap too as well, Brian Raman. That was a very good
Fifth
leg
leg,
of
Paul to through
darts.
first. Game on.
But can he do it now against the darts? That's where it's key, because this is still just all on throw.
83.
Well, you beat me to it there. I was about to say it's all well and good doing it on your throw, but when you need a break, you need to find something.
180.
He is.
Last 3 scoring visits have all been 180s for Brian Raman. But Phil, going back to what you said earlier, what is he
92.
doing? Throwing with pace.
Yeah, it just looks so much better. The
57.
darts go in the ball with more authority. He just looks a completely different animal on that stage when he's got that zip and that quickness to his game.
100.
I think there on the regrip, it would have probably been
25.
better stepping back and revisiting the board, because that just all felt a little bit out of sync. Readdress the hockey, start the process again.
180.
So we get a 4th maximum of the game.
63. Paul Ricard, 46.
Double 16 to lead once again. Raman not on a finish.
14.
So Lewis will be back.
Raman shaking his head in frustration because he opened this leg with the maximum. And he may not get a shot at the finish. Double 16 for Paul Lewis.
Getting shot on the 5th leg, Paul Lewis.
Paul Lewis leads once again. And
6 leg Brown to through first.
in his last defeat, it was the most frustrated I think I've ever seen a player here at the Live Lounge. But he's taken that time.
60.
He's recovered. And this has been much improved from Lewis.
$60.
Raman not had too much trouble in terms of holding onto his throat. But not really mounting too much of a threat
100.
on the Lewis starts. If that continues, Paul Lewis will be getting his first victory of the campaign,
100.
and Brian Raman will be in big trouble here for his Group C hopes.
100.
I think Paul Lewis is benefiting here from the quicker pace as well that Brian Raman is playing with. Seems to be a lot less deliberate himself.
Yeah, he's getting caught up in Raman's pace, which is in turn doing him a favour.
$100. Brown car 152.
So 152 to send us all the way. That's not going to go. So Paul Lewis may get a chance to win it.
45. Paul car
at this visit.
We'll need 2 trebles to get a dart at the double though, but there's one. Raman will get a chance to take us the distance, but it may just be the one chance. He needs a treble. Or a ball. No. Silly.
82.
I don't get it.
Paul car 32.
I don't understand it. How much can he see?
No score. Brown car 25.
3 match darts have come and gone, and Raman gets a lifeline for his poor doubling choices. Does take it. We are going the distance, but I still don't understand it, Matt.
Silly. Absolute silly. Have the first dart, hit the ball, great. 17 tops. Got away with one. Got
66.
fortunate. And he's still in contention here. It's not like he's out of this Group C campaign as of yet.
93.
Well, I'm going to pose the other question. Has that just maybe give a slight distraction to Paul Lewis, who was probably thinking what we're doing? What on earth are you thinking?
100.
Big last, though, in the last leg, in the decider.
$45.
But that just relieves the pressure. Every treble is like a nugget of gold.
100.
And right now, Lewis is doing everything he needs to.
84.
Big advantage for Lewis. Raman would need 2 trebles from that position. And Lewis is going to have time, you feel, at the back end of this game.
100.
He may need it because the doubles have not been his friend today.
Would the ball, that last start, have been a better option?
92.
Yeah, they rounded it off a little bit better, but he's got 6 starts. This could just purely be a setup play. 95 here would be fantastic.
47.
Well, Raman may see that as an invitation. There's work to be done on 88. It might just be a dart at the ball.
60. Paul car 88.
Raman cannot punish, but it's going to be 2 at double 14.
Shot on the match, Paul
and
Lewis.
Paul Lewis beats Brian Raman in a last leg decider. Lewis needed that. He's been through the mill his last couple of games on his doubling. You can see the relief all over his face. But the Maverick Belgium ends pointless in this game, and it is Lewis who marches on. Coming up after the break, Terry Nash looking to go joint top of the table with Neil Duff. And welcome back, everyone, to this Group C campaign. It's all getting a little bit congested now. We thought earlier on Neil Duff may run away with it, but Terry Nash has an opportunity here to join Duff and Allen on 6 points. But Daniel Stevenson back in action. I'm sure he will be full of confidence after picking up his first 2 points at the Live Lounge last time out.
First leg, Terry to throw first. Game on.
Talk about consistency all the time here at the Super Series, and Terry Nash has been pretty much a model of consistency across all of his games.
45.
The range in his performance is around about 2 points. Always that sort of mid-80s, where
85.
for everybody else, including Neil Duff, it's quite a sizable difference between their best performance and their worst. Neil Duff, 12 points between the best and his worst, and I feel like that little bit of consistency
40.
may be the real key here for Terry Nash. But what will that victory do for Daniel Stevenson now he's tasted
40.
the V up there on the stage?
57. 30.
Well, I was just praising the consistency and reliability of Terry Nash, and then he's been unable to, well, not only not find a treble, but not find 3 straight darts in the opening of this leg.
Yeah, it's a little bit nervy, this one.
42.
15 darts, and he's not even managed to muster up a straight 60 as of yet.
100. $100. 100.
First to a finish, Daniel Stevenson. Terry looking to find one around that dart to
Daniel Kahn 90.
give him a straight shot at the outer ring. Bullseye.
48. Daniel Kahn 76.
So, Nash, 2 at double 8 to hold in what's been a scrappy opener.
68. Daniel Kahn 42.
Doesn't go, so Stevenson returns.
26. Daniel Kahn 8.
Scrappy opener, the best way to describe it. 24 darts thrown so far.
He's
It
on the
goes in
first leg, Terry
25
Nash.
in the end, but I'm sure Terry Nash will not be too disappointed. He's the one coming away with the leg
Second
on the
leg, Daniel
board.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, a leg to forget.
140.
But Nash won't mind because he's the one that pocketed it.
91. 100. 135.
Nothing to split them here in leg 2. But
30.
is that the first mistake of the leg?
Well, Terry seems to be getting back to
105.
the levels we've seen earlier on, certainly around that treble 20. And he's doing so. An early chance here to break the throw of Daniel
44.
Stevenson.
Teddy
He's going to get 6 starts at the 170. Does the minimum requirement, finding
82.
the treble. Gives himself a gettable finish, a gettable shot.
95. Teddy Kahn 88.
So 88 for a break of throw. But he's made a mess of it, Matt.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was caught between two mines, and especially with the
28.
angle of entry of the
Daniel Kahn
dart.
92.
I don't know if he was trying to throw at the 18s there. Going the old school route here, Daniel Stevenson. A dart at the bullseye. Goes astray.
47. Teddy Kahn 60.
Terry Nash. Single 20 for double 20 to double his lead.
50. Daniel Kahn 45.
Hasn't taken the opportunity. Can Daniel Stevenson get himself level?
13.
No is the
Daniel
answer.
Kahn 10.
He's had chances, hasn't he? 6 starts now, Daniel Stevenson at the doubles.
Over adjusted,
Daniel
Matt.
Kahn 32.
Another opportunity for the young man for one apiece.
Game shot on the second leg. Daniel Stevenson.
Good recovery. 1-1.
Third leg Teddy to throw first. Game on.
Again, scrappy. But probably the right result at the moment, one apiece.
41.
Yeah, it's just nothing settled about the pair here. Very edgy. Daniel,
137.
you can understand it, can't you? He's on debut, 16 years old. Terry, a very experienced customer.
100.
Played here before at the Super Series and has been so consistent across his first 3 games that you just didn't see this dive-in performance coming.
58. $83. 97. 99.
Chance here for Daniel to set this up and give himself an
96.
opportunity.
$40. Daniel
He
Carr,
may have a bit of time here.
113.
No damage done again here for Terry. It's not going to go on this occasion, so it becomes a setup shot, which he's going to use very well.
73.
Are we calling this the Humphreys or the Della?
Well, he's going the Humphreys way, but again, wayward, a long, long way off.
83. Daniel Carr, 40. Game shot on the third leg, Daniel Stevenson.
And Daniel Stevenson finds a break of throw, leads Terry Nash
Fourth leg, Daniel to
2-1.
throw first.
And just looking
Game on.
at what I saw there, Matt, it's the first time I've seen him have 3 clear darts at tops. He's kind of always left 16s. But the way his darts just kick slightly, is tops a better
85.
MO for him?
For the angle of entry of the dart, absolutely, but maybe some people don't like the feel
97.
of tops, because you've got to get 2 things right, haven't you? You've got to get both the horizontal and vertical plane.
85.
Find the treble. He's opening 2 visits. That'll do in a game like this one at the moment.
140.
But maybe Terry Nash going to start racing through the gears.
96. $58.
We may see the ball come into play at some part here.
65.
Right on cue.
$45. Daniel Carr, 170.
Starting to get desperate times for the fans of Terry Nash.
We both looked at each other and held our breath there, Matt.
Yeah, he just got in a really good flow there, didn't he, Daniel Stevenson? And he's got a chance here to hold on to his throat, put himself a leg away from the
100.
game.
Daniel Carr, 47.
Sticking with tops.
Game
I like
shot on
it.
the fourth leg, Daniel Stevenson.
I was intrigued there to see whether he'd go back to
Fifth leg,
his
Teddy
normal
to throw first.
16
Game on.
route, but he stayed with the tops. And he leads 3-1. Now is within 1 of going back to back here in this Group C.
He will only have one of the 3 legs where he'll throw first. That will be the saving grace for
78.
Terry Nash, but nowhere near the levels we've seen so far today.
140.
But this happened earlier on when Daniel Stevenson was a leg away against Brian Raman. Brian found his best.
140. $85.
Wayward dart there means he does not leave a finish.
41. $99.
What he'd give for a 2 treble visit just to tap Nash on the
100.
shoulder.
Daniel Carr, 80. Game shot
Well,
on
he
the
was
fifth
struggling
leg,
to hit
Terry
doubles
Nash.
earlier on in the game. He decides just to hit 2. It makes it look nice and easy and simple, but
Six leg Daniel
that
to
is
throw
a
first.
confidence
Game
boost
on.
and also a warning to Daniel Stevenson.
Can't hit 1 double. Hold my coat.
17.
And now, Terry Nash, just 1 treble will do damage.
100.
Damage done. This is the leg where Daniel Stevenson will be favourite to get the job done because he's got the throw. But he looks like he's going to save the situation.
140.
Needed a minimum 2 treble visit and found it.
100.
Again, first dart straight in the treble. Just takes the
100.
pressure out the shot.
Yeah, just kind of doing enough unless Nash can find a huge visit.
83.
That first dart here for
100.
Daniel Stevenson has been brilliant. Found the treble the last 3 visits.
134. Daniel Carr, 144.
Another. Oh, it's unlucky.
96.
Would have given him a
Daniel
match
Carr,
start.
84.
But to save the match, it's going to be 2 at double 12. Brilliant.
Game shot on the sixth
Absolutely
leg.
brilliant
Nash.
from Terry Nash.
14 dart leg there to get the break. The best leg of the
Seven
game.
final leg, Terry to throw first.
And he's got the throw back. He's once again the favourite to get the job done. Good leg from Daniel Stevenson. He found a treble on every throw, but it was the opening visit that cost him in the end.
81.
And now he needs to find a little bit more. He needs a 2 treble visit from somewhere.
43.
He comes up dry. All eyes are drawn towards Terry Nash,
100.
who now becomes a firm favourite.
45.
100-point advantage on the opening 6 in favour of Terry Nash. Has it just all got
95.
a bit too much here for Daniel Stevenson, who needs a max?
100.
Good darts, but not enough in this situation.
And it's the maths on the board as well, because a 140 doesn't leave him a finish.
65.
And that's the danger of that 3-1-3. It needs to be a max, or Terry Nash is guaranteed. 6 darts at the 160.
60. Terry Carr, 160.
Be more than happy with a straight ton in this sort of situation.
100.
Straight ton it is. We've just seen him take out tops. This time, he's only going to need the 1. And that will
59.
give him
Terry
another
Carr, 60.
2 points.
Game shot on the mark, Terry
Brilliant
Nash.
from Terry Nash. He was in a world of trouble, but found a way back into it. Daniel Stevenson didn't do a lot wrong. It was just one visit that cost him. Nash just gives him a word of encouragement because he's playing his part in this campaign. But Nash moves top of the table temporarily on leg difference, but they are 3 tied on 6 points. But coming up after the break, Neil Duff gets the opportunity to put his last defeat behind him. Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series as this Group C campaign is taking another twist. There's the table after the latest round of fixtures. Neil Duff was defeated, so it's causing a bit of logjam at the top of the table. Nash, Duff and Allen all on 6 points, and then the bottom three all on 2 points. There is a clear separation, but who is going to make a dash for the line? Neil Duff gets first go in this final round of fixtures. He could move to 8 points with a victory. But Paul Lewis, Matt, played much better in his last game, and if he plays to that level, maybe increases it a little bit, he could be a handful for Duff.
And I'm sure the rest of the practice room as well will be hoping Paul Lewis can get the job done, because it will keep Neil Duff well and truly within the pack rather than letting him get to 8 points, which I'm sure he'd be happy with, leaving here with 4 wins from 5 fixtures. They have played each other multiple times throughout the week already.
Paul to through first. Game on.
Paul Lewis just letting the warning signs out in that last game. He's still got plenty left
83.
in the lockup. Has he got enough to challenge Neil Duff?
85.
Duff will have to find a break of throw.
55.
But maybe in the long run, defeat in that last game may have done Duff some good. Just reset him. Instead of coasting to victory, just flicks the switch again.
Yeah, keeps him alert, keeps him aware that there are threats and dangers within this group. There are people that have got the game to beat him, and it's not a foregone conclusion that he's going to be here on Saturday night. Still got work to do. May have a lot of work to do in this game.
100.
So he's going to have to find a break somewhere against Paul Lewis. He'll want to get it done nice and early, because he'll be well aware of the threat that Paul has.
101.
Unfortunate slip there into the treble 7 means no finish for Paul Lewis. And Neil Duff would love a 140 right about now.
32.
He's made a mess of it.
$122.
Fabulous setup, and all of a sudden Duff is under the cosh. Or is he? Yes.
Yeah, an unfortunate deflection there for Neil Duff as he looks up to the heavens. It'll be the heavens of the dartboard where Paul Lewis is going up to the top of the board. Double 20.
Getting shot on the first leg, Paul Lewis.
Troubles on the doubles for Paul Lewis on that occasion.
Second
Seems to be tightening it up as the day's gone on.
$100.
Yeah, Neil Duff was in a good position, but just messed his lines up and
100.
let Lewis tee up. $180.
Commanding with the darts here, Neil Duff.
He is, but that won't be enough in this
55.
game.
Nope, needs to find that against the throw at some point. Paul Lewis still 9 darts away from a finish here. Even a 180 wouldn't leave him on a shot, so Neil Duff in a good position here.
64.
To level up the game. But what an improvement in the performance here from Paul Lewis that we're seeing in the back end of the day compared to the front.
Yeah, he'll be scratching his head thinking, where was this at the start of the day? Because the form he's shown the last couple of games, he would be in contention.
Well, not too long ago, Neil Duff had a sizable lead. And now
100.
He may need to take out the 100.
60.
I'm surprised with the way Neil Duff starts behave. I'll come back to that in a second.
70.
Oh, missed up. Just the way his stand up and the way it was above the training, I'd have stayed there.
Getting shot on the second leg, Neil Duff.
Dodged a bit of a bullet there, did Neil Duff. It
Third
looked
leg
like he was
Paul
going to
is
cruise
reversed.
to the
Game
leg,
on.
and in the end, Paul Lewis managed to carve out an opportunity. Can Neil Duff carve an opportunity out of his own on the Paul
97.
Lewis throw? You feel that it's not going to be because Paul Lewis is going to give up the opportunity. It's going to have to be because Neil Duff carves out a chance with darts like this.
180.
180 on a pinhead. That's Neil Duff at his very best. The grouping was incredible.
125.
He's already threatened the 9 once this week, Matt.
100.
Big last start there, just to keep his nose in front. Be hoping for a slip here from Paul Lewis.
85.
He's really showing his class here, Neil Duff.
95.
First to a finish, and it's quite a gettable one.
Yeah, 419s and the ball is the normal route.
44. Neil the car, 126.
Another one of those for double six. Double six it is. Double six it
Getting shot on
is.
the third leg, Neil Duff.
Big leg of darts there for Neil Duff. We said he needed to do something against the throw.
Fourth
It's a
leg, Neil
12
Duff
darter
first.
with a
Game on.
1-2-6 out to take firm control of this game.
Well, you said it, Matt. You said if the breaker throw was going to come, it wouldn't be because Paul Lewis did anything wrong.
96.
It was the brilliance of Duff.
And that was book-ended brilliance, wasn't it? A 1-2-6 out and a 180 to open. But Paul Lewis looks like he wants to hit back in kind.
180.
Where was this Paul Lewis at the start of the day?
41.
Because he would have certainly been in contention here in this group. Maybe he just enjoys the familiarity now with playing Duff for the fourth day in a row.
100. $60.
We saw this early on for Duff, didn't we? He put in a big leg to get the break and then sort of just handed the dart straight back. Well, this is two things. One, the brilliance of Paul.
180.
And the negativity of Duff.
Yeah, you talk about the leg on, leg off time of thing. Is this why Neil's
98.
best
All the car,
performances have
41.
arguably come in set play?
Quite possibly.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Paul
Oh,
Lewis.
12 darter in retaliation. Neil Duff did his part. He got the breaker
Fifth
throw.
leg,
Paul
Paul
Lewis
Lewis
says,
first.
anything you can do, I can do too.
Have some of that, pal.
100.
One thing I have noticed about this group, just in general, they are all better when they play with some pace.
140.
It's rhythm, isn't it? Rhythm and feel.
$81.
Big last start. So we are getting to the business end of the game, where every miss is amplified. A good standard here. Both players around the 97 mark.
85.
Again, a big last start from Duff there. Over pitched one into the 5, but corrected it.
78.
He'll be disappointed that that is only a ton after dart 1. It was sat beautifully, but couldn't add anything
60.
alongside it.
The opportunity presents itself for Neil Duff to get that breaker throw back on the board again. Another one of those, and now he's got choices.
140.
Brave to stay up there, but he leaves himself on double 18. He's going to have 3 darts. Paul Lewis, nothing he can do on 182. Duff to break the throw and put himself a leg away from the match. He broke in 12 earlier on.
18.
He can't break in 15 or less.
I go back to his choices. Tops is usually his beloved. I was amazed he didn't go down for the big 16.
41.
And we all know how messy double 9 can get.
Shot on the
Not this time around though. Neil Duff breaks straight back. 3 breaks of throw in a row. And you can see there the determination, the grit on his face. He's just saying to himself, one big leg on throw.
He'll be thinking 140, but that's already gone.
97.
Saves it with a last dart. Treble a throw means that Paul's going to have to hit 2 or maybe 3 in a visit at some point.
100.
He let it slip last time he got the breaker throw. You feel he's not going to let it slip again.
180.
A 5th maximum of this game. 3-2 in favour of Neil Duff.
100.
Paul Lewis sticking in there though, just hoping that an opportunity presents itself. But this is quality.
94.
Down to 130 after 9. Neil Duff will get an opportunity to win the game. Whether he takes it.
Neil Duff 130.
Well, he wouldn't need to go for the ball if he only gets the 1 treble here. He may move over to the 18s. Oh, he stayed there.
He fancied it.
98.
Again, opts to stay away from tops. Maybe just showing us he can use the whole board, but it's double 16 here for Neil Duff after 12 darts to get the job done.
One left. How much can he see? Enough is the answer. Neil Duff ends his day on a winning note, moves back top of the table on 8 points. It is his 4th win out of 5 in a high quality contest. They have a little debrief as they walk off the stage, but Neil Duff averages 96, 3 maximums, and that stunning 1-2-6 finish. Coming up after the break, Anthony Allen will get the opportunity to join Duff at the top of the table.
This is the penalty shootout. Oh, he's through a goal. This is easy.
Crystal Palace have always been good at penalties. Isn't that right, Owen? This is going to catch on, this one. Oh, look at that. That was relentless. That was Ali McCoy's desk. Come on, Wednesday.
The Euros is underway in Germany and England play on Saturday. Will football be coming home? We don't know, but we've challenged the pros to our penalty shootout darts competition over on our YouTube channel, and it certainly didn't disappoint. Plenty of other engaging content over on the YouTube channel, interviews, bullseye challenges, and a lot more. So make sure you drop us a subscribe as we continue the action here for Group C. Neil Duff has moved back top of the table, but Anthony Allen can join him with a victory here. Matt, 2 games to go and Group C could be finally poised.
Yeah, it's all looking bunched at the top of the table at the moment. Anthony Allen, the man who stopped Neil Duff with his last performance, an average of around about the 90 mark when Anthony Allen really did arrive at the Super Series. And he'll probably fancy the task here against the 16-year-old Daniel Stevenson.
69.
Has registered just the 1 victory so far today, but for Anthony Allen, it's all about sustaining that level of performance that he did against Neil Duff.
100.
And if he does do that, you feel Daniel is going to have his hands full.
$97. $60. $100.
I know we're only early into the opening leg, but there doesn't seem the same intensity in the Anthony Allen throw
140.
at the moment until then. That's the first time it looked similar to the victory over Duff. The first couple just looked a little bit lethargic.
I mentioned earlier, some people just
100.
don't like being the favourite. They don't like being the front runner, and he is the favourite in this according to the odds compilers. Not by much, but he will feel like he's a bigger favourite than maybe the odds compilers will give him credit for here, Will Anthony Allen. And he's going to get a shot here at the 101. He's going to break a throw. The earliest possibility. He's a treble. He's got choices. Opts for the 19s, but unable to find it.
Daniel Lucar, 78.
So Stevenson to hold his throw in the opening leg.
Tops for a hold. That was a little bit too close to the treble for his liking.
58. Anthony Lucar, 52.
Yeah, I don't think that's where he wanted it to be. It just came out the hand a little bit wrong. Could have gone wrong. Didn't go wrong.
36.
And gets another chance.
Daniel Lucar, 20. Getting shot on the first leg, Daniel Stevenson.
There's a long way to go in this one.
Second
But
leg, Anthony to throw first.
if Daniel
Game on.
Stevenson goes on to win this game, how will Anthony Allen feel? Because he's done the hard work by beating Neil Duff last time out. And then to hand it back, how will he feel?
40.
He'll be frustrated, absolutely. And then the problem is he'll probably feel like he's got to do it again tomorrow. And that's not an easy task to have to try and get the victory over Neil Duff back to back on consecutive days.
44.
Yeah, Neil Duff knows how to get to a Saturday night. He knows how to win a Saturday night.
55.
Doesn't give you too many opportunities. And of course, won our very first Specials Week in Double Trouble. He's an experienced campaigner here at the Super Series.
140. $100.
You know, Duff's probably sat in the back room now thinking, where's the Anthony Allen gone that I have to play? Because he's really, if you was to look at a graph of Anthony Allen's performance and day so far, you'd pinpoint the part where he played Neil Duff because it just spikes.
59.
He would be like Mount Everest compared to everything else on the skyline.
59. $96.
Big visit here from Stevenson makes this interesting, but needs a treble.
58. Anthony Carr, 151.
Let's let Alan off.
Treble 17. Would you give him a poke at the double?
137.
I mean, he likes to lie. He's gone back up there, but he's left somewhere a little bit awkward. I suppose they're all the same size, is what Anthony Allen will be thinking.
59. Anthony Carr, 14.
It's all right if he gets it.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Kind of
Anthony
got
Allen.
away with it because that could have got very messy
Third leg
when he
Daniel
didn't have to be on it.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I get your point.
97.
How many times has Daniel Stevenson done that today where he's got one dart in hand and pulls himself out of the fire?
61.
I've been impressed with Daniel, I have to say. For the first time playing on a big stage at the age of 16, this is like the biggest thing he's ever played in. I'm impressed.
100. $95. $60. $85.
And he played Neil Duff earlier on when that dart sat at the top of the treble like that. The others just followed it in.
44.
Yeah, he's nowhere near that level.
60.
Neil Duff will definitely be thinking, where was this version of Anthony Allen 45, 50 minutes ago?
58.
They're a bit off target there for Stevenson. Quite a bit of board between the dart and the target.
100.
Anthony Allen last
Daniel
dart in
Carr,
hand
142.
leaves him on a possible two-darter.
$58. Anthony Carr, 100.
So, break opportunity, but that is the worst possible dart.
It's the only place he
68.
could have hit on the board.
Daniel
That
Carr,
wouldn't have left
84.
him a finish.
$60.
Can't save the
Anthony
situation.
Carr,
So Anthony Allen,
32.
who had two darts to break in the opening leg, will now get a handful at the same target he missed on the last occasion. The 16s, the 8s. That's awkward.
16. Daniel Carr, 24.
So, to hold, double 12, chasing across, that's awkward. He's got to go up over the top, and you can see it caught
12.
the dart trying to go through.
Anthony Carr, 16.
Another opportunity for Anthony Allen, who's missed 5 break darts.
No score.
8
Daniel
break
Carr,
darts.
12.
Wow. He says, and wow indeed. That's a little bit tricky at the way the dart is sat up as well in the board.
6.
They've
Anthony
obscured
Carr,
the view
16.
of what you could actually see. So he's had 8 darts to break. How about another 3?
Getting shot on the third leg.
Gets
Anthony
there in
Allen.
the end. It is a breaker throw. But
Fourth leg Anthony to throw first.
even though he's won the leg, how much can he take from it because of
Game on.
all those missed darts?
He'll probably feel more fortunate and grateful.
140.
Well, I raise the eyebrows there because he's thinking, where was that before? But here we go for Anthony Allen.
30.
Followers and backers. He is opening up the gap. He's opening up the lead. And he could be putting himself in a very good position in the table, and that's the most important thing here. That's the thing that matters the most.
I want to touch on what you said earlier, Matt, where players in the back room will be thinking, where was this performance against me? Have you ever lost a game and then casually checked the results to the person that beat you and thought this?
Oh, absolutely. It used to be worse when you used to have to mark games, and like if you'd lose in a board final, and you have to mark the board final.
40.
And
Under the car,
they'd be nowhere near the level. Absolutely, happened a lot.
57.
Look at the difference in the scoreboard there. We're talking nearly 300 points here in the opening exchanges. Andy Allen really stepping it up in this leg.
58. Under the car, 64.
Tops. Change of target.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Change of
Anthony
fortunes
Allen.
there for Anthony Allen. A solid 15 dart leg there with the
Fifth
throw.
leg Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Anthony Allen, one leg away from joining Neil Duff on 8 points overnight at the top of
60.
the Group C table. If Anthony Allen can go on and finish the
100.
job here, and Terry Nash can get the better of Brian Raman, then we could be set for a grandstand finish tomorrow.
100.
We're all going to get a little bit exciting here in Group C, and that's not it. We've still got more darts to come this evening, 10 o'clock,
100.
when Group B gets underway. A couple of debutantes in there. Noelin van Leuven and Craig Galliano.
97.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing both of them perform
100.
here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$95.
Of course, Galliano
Down on
just
the car,
off of the World Cup,
149.
and some great preparation for Noah Lynn ahead of the match play.
83. Onto the car, 141.
For the match.
30. Down on the car,
I thought that was me
66.
throwing dart too then for a minute.
And 3.
$30. Onto the car,
Once again for the match. This time just needs the one treble. Finds it.
Getting shot in the match, Anthony Allen.
Anthony Allen seals a 4-1 victory over Daniel Stevenson. He goes top of the table on leg difference, level on 8 points with Neil Duff. It wasn't his best. It wasn't the same level that he found to beat Duff, but it was enough in this contest. But coming up after the break, Terry Nash gets his opportunity to join the leaders on 8 points. And welcome back, everyone. Here we go, the final fixture of this Group C campaign for the day. We have 2 players on 8 points at the top of the table, and Terry Nash is looking to join them. Brian Raman could keep his slim hopes alive with a victory here, but from what we've seen, it has been feast or famine for the Riddler. Needs to find consistency where Nash will be happy with his day so far, but a win, he'll be ecstatic because he'll be in the mix with a session to go in Group C, Matt.
I think the time as well has really probably been a favour for Brian Raman, because when he walked off the stage after losing to Paul Lewis, he looked like he was going to implode.
60.
And some of the darts in which he thrown in that game, the bull 7 bull at a crucial time, just was really losing his way. He's had a good bit of break here. I think 3 games in the back room, and it's probably been the best thing here, you feel, for Brian Raman to give him a little bit of time to try and regroup.
25.
Had this game come a bit quicker, you'd say that Terry Nash
99.
11 to 10 was a massive value play. It still kind of is the value play on the evidence of what we've seen so far today, but a little bit
137.
of time just probably makes it about right with Brian Raman having the throw.
64.
Yeah, I completely agree that from what we've seen, this game's been priced on reputation and not stats of the day.
45. Brown car 138. $106. $99. Round car 32.
So for first blood,
16. Can't
find it.
35.
So Nash should be using the ball first here, Matt.
Absolutely. 25. Would have left the treble 20, but the frustration for Brian Raman has been building when it's been coming to the outer ring, and
47.
Not sure how
16.
good he's going to be feeling about getting the leg done.
Getting shot on the first leg. Brian
Feeling
Raman.
great about it. That's how he's going to be feeling.
Loving life right now.
Second leg Teddy to throw first. Game on.
We all know how quick it can change, especially when it's not been going well for you during the day.
60. $140.
Could be ending the day well, though, here, Brian Raman. Could be ending the day still
95.
with a chance. Victory here, we'll see him on to 4 points. Not too far off the top 2 positions.
It's not, but it is. Does that make sense? It's still 2 wins, and Neil Duff
125.
has looked very good today. He lost 1 game, but that was a brilliant performance from Anthony Allen. Do you see him
93.
losing 2 games and Brian Raman going through the card tomorrow?
I think stranger things have happened at the Super Series,
57.
especially on a Friday on decision day. But no.
I was about to say, I'm glad you answered that, because I was going to say, Matthew, this is me, and that wasn't the question I asked.
108. But I do 164. $58. Round your car 28.
Oh, that's awkward.
Game
But he's
shot on the
recovered it
second
well.
leg. Brian Raman.
Brian Raman leads 2-0.
Third leg Brian to throw first.
Break of
Game
throw.
on.
And for the first time, Raman just looks a little bit more settled.
94. $45.
Poor visit from Nash. And Raman
125.
is putting daylight between himself and Terry Nash in this leg. 3-0
140.
would be a mountain to climb, although Raman has climbed that same mountain once today.
100.
It happened in the very first game, didn't it? 3-0 down to Daniel Stevenson.
140.
Terry Nash just picking up the pace, picking up the standard. Is this going to be the opening? Is this going to be the Brian Raman mistake that Terry Nash needs to get him into the game?
80.
Big last start. Puts him within striking distance.
100.
This is definitely rat-a-tat-tat.
70. Tell your car 76.
I feel this needs to go. He's going to get 2.
Getting shot
What
on the
a
third
big
leg.
finish that is there from Terry Nash. Brian Raman missing a dart of double 16 to go 3-0 up and a leg away from the match. Instead, Terry Nash gets a breaker throw.
And we got the emotion as well from him. He knows what's at stake. He knows that the top 2, he cannot let them get away.
45.
Really has picked up the pace here, hasn't he, Terry Nash?
45.
We've seen this quite a lot with players today where they've really adjusted the speed of the games.
58.
Yeah, I know people complain about slow players and you get drawn into their pace, but also flip the coin. It happens when you're playing quick
44.
players. You get sucked into their pace as well.
Oh, absolutely. When you play a player like Ricky Evans, for example, you can get caught in a whirlwind of pace. And that's why Brian Raman here just taking a little bit of pace out of the game there. You just saw a slower approach to the hockey.
41.
I was about to say, I thought you'd been watching me play football when you said whirlwind of pace.
I thought you meant when I said slower approach to the hockey.
137. $57.
Terry Nash got a good advantage here on the scoreboard. Can he cash it in to level up the game and take
60.
us to essentially a best of 3?
Yeah, Raman has lost the scoring power in this leg.
41.
That dart wasn't in his hand set at all.
This is the concern when the head shaking starts for Brian Raman and the frustration, because
104.
it's not frustration that he hit 41, it's frustration that carries across the whole day.
Yeah, it just didn't look set. That the back leg was already up in the air. The dart wasn't in the hand properly.
64. Tell your car 28.
6 starts at this if he needs them, but he
Getting
doesn't
shot on the
need
fourth
them.
leg,
He
Terry
levels
Nash.
us up. We'll need to find another break. Throw from Raman, but
Fifth leg
Raman
grind to throw first. Game on.
struggled to find anything in that last leg. Would be glad to see the back of it.
100. $100.
It's nice. The nice pace
58.
is suiting on both.
That is a mathematical slip, though, there for Raman. Using the 19s after only one treble 20 means a 180 doesn't put him on a finish.
45.
Terry Nash now installed as favourite with the odds compilers in running.
22.
Joins the messy party.
Goes back to what you said. Has Raman's head gone again?
84.
There's only so much you can take.
$99. $140. Tell your car 140.
That'd have been an interesting play if that had gone in.
100. Round your car 74.
Well, this needs to go.
$60.
Answers on a postcard,
Tell
mate.
your car 40.
I'm not sure the postcard would be big enough.
Getting shot on the fifth
What
leg.
a
Terry
massive
Nash.
last start that is from Terry Nash. He was 2-0 down in this game. He's now 3-2 up with a breaker
Six
throw.
leg,
He's
Terry
big
to throw
favourite
first.
to go on
Game
and
on.
get the victory. And Brian Raman just feels like he's seen this all before.
You and I have the age
100.
that we can remember postcard competition. Some of our younger viewers in the chat room will be like, what? Answers on a postcard?
39.
Two 2-0 down.
60.
Terry Nash went out to 6-1. And on the evidence of what we've seen so far from Terry, who gets better as the game goes on, and Brian Raman, who's been a bit
100.
inconsistent, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few people that cashed in that 6-1.
Yeah, that's one thing we've seen during the day. He is
100.
a bit of a slow starter, slow out the gates. That's something that if he's to go on in his career, he'll need to
42.
address, because there are certain players at certain levels that you won't be able to give 2 and 3-0 leads to, because good luck chasing them.
140.
He's still very new to this level of darts here at the Super Series, and he's acquitting himself very well.
100.
And he's got 6 darts here for the 101. To really make a chase of things at the top of the table going into tomorrow.
41.
Can get away with that due to the brilliance of the early part of this leg.
60. Teddy O'Carr, 60.
One more at 10s.
Getting shot on the
And
match,
Terry Nash has come from 2-0 down to do the John Cena "You Can't See Me" and beat Brian Raman 4-2. He goes joint top of the table with Duff and Alan, and myself and Matthew Edgar will give all the reaction after this short break. Well, after 15 thrilling fixtures, we are still none the wiser who is going to join Jim McEwen in Saturday night's final. Matt, what a day we have seen so far. We're only halfway through it, but we've seen some incredible darts so far, and there's a collision course at the top of the table.
I have really, really enjoyed today. I think it's been a great watch. I think we had a lot of question marks over players. We didn't know what to expect from some of them. But I think everyone really has put on a really good show today. And I think the stories and the journeys are a long way from being over. I think there's a lot to be done tomorrow. And maybe Neil Duff's not going to have it all his own way like we thought, because Anthony Allen and Terry Nash have really put themselves in contention.
Yeah, after 5 rounds of fixtures, we can dot the I's and cross the T's. And just looking at the results there are some standout ones. There's some results that you look at and you think, how did they get away with it? There's some brilliant performances. But out of them, what's been the result of the day for you?
I think the real story there for me is regarding the throw. Now, normally you would expect the player who throws first to win the game, or more often than not. Well, actually, it's 2-1 in favour of the player throwing second, which just tells you the sort of story that we've had and the journey that we've been on today in regards to these games and sort of the close-knit nature of them. I think there's been a lot of opportunities spurned. I think everyone's going to leave here possibly just thinking they could have got a little bit more out of the day, regardless of what position they finished in. But wow, we're set up for tomorrow.
We sat here a few hours ago saying Neil Duff was going to have it all his own way, but overnight he's joint top of the table, but third on leg difference. He still has work to do because of one defeat. It could have been all different if he wins that, but he hasn't, and he's now in a battle.
I think the levels is the main thing here, what we've seen from Neil Duff throughout the day. He's shown us that he is the best player in the group consistently. It took a performance that was far beyond the level that the player Anthony Allen, who beat him, was playing throughout the day. He really rose it in that game against Neil Duff. And can they do it again tomorrow? We'll find out. But I think going into tomorrow, Neil Duff started odds on favourite. I think he's going to start tomorrow odds on favourite as well. I don't think the odds compilers are going to be running for cover. If anything, I think they may tighten it up.
You touched on Anthony Allen there, and it's been a real Jekyll and Hyde day. Although he is top of the table on 8 points, the performances have been very up and down. We've seen one brilliant performance, some mediocre stuff. How would he gauge his day?
The only thing he can gauge his day on, if you've not got the performance, just look at the table. If you've been winning, just look at the table. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter if you throw 100 average every game or if you win with 60s. It's all about getting the points on the board. He's got the points on the board. He's done what he came here to do. He's in contention going into tomorrow. And what a step forward in his career it would be if he could be here on a Saturday night.
We spoke to Terry Nash before play just to get some background info, and he spoke so well about the Six Nations and what he did there, and he's taken that form onto the Live Lounge stage. He got so much confidence from being part of that winning Welsh team, and we've seen that today.
Confidence doesn't just come from running away with games. Confidence comes, and you see confidence in games like we just saw against Brian Raman. He was 2-0 down, and he's able to turn that around and pick up the 4-2 victory. That is where confidence is shown, and that is where it sort of comes out in a dart sense, or certainly in a gameplay. Really impressed with Terry. I've not really seen him play too much until today. And one thing we noted early on, just the missed doubles, then he tightened them up throughout the day. If he could just put it all together, I mean, he's a genuine contender. When we looked at the odds at the start of the day, we said he's possibly the one to rival Neil Duff, and I'm not surprised to see him in contention.
Well, we have 3 players on 8 points, and it's looking like it's going to be a race between those tomorrow as we have a look at the table. It really is cut in half. Looking at that, Matt, can you make any case for the bottom 3 going through the card and getting to 12 points and giving themselves a chance tomorrow?
No. I wish I could claw on something and give a little bit of hope there in regards to that story. I just can't see it happening. I've got to be blunt with that one. I think they're going to pick up wins. I think we could see some good darts from them. I think we've seen good darts from them throughout today. But I think the top 3 are significantly better today than the bottom 3, and they'll have to raise it somewhat.
Neil Duff, you said he would be there. Do you sticking by that? Does he still get to Saturday night?
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think it comes down to a showdown between Terry and Anthony Allen, which may mean their head-to-head could be vital, because this might even come down to legs. As you can see at the end of today, 1 leg separating 3 positions. So maybe those qualifying places is going to be a little bit deeper meaning than just the points. Well,
Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure looking through Group C with you. Remember, everyone, we return at 10 p.m. this evening for the start of Group B. Henry Deakin will replace myself and Matt Edgar in the chair, so looking forward to that. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's a 3-horse race in Group C, but who's going to get over the line?